Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 22nd Joy of Painting series. First of all, let me thank you for inviting us back for another series of painting shows. And if this is your first time with us, allow me to give you a personal invitation to drag up your paints and spend a relaxing half hour with us as we put some of nature's masterpieces on canvas. So I tell you what, let's start out today, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us at home. And while they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've got done already. Have a 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use whatever size is convenient for you. And this is a pre-stretched double prime canvas. And I've covered the entire canvas with just a thin, even coat of liquid white. And the liquid white's on there only to make the canvas wet. It makes it slick. It allows us to actually blend the painting on the canvas rather than working ourselves to death here on the palette. So I tell you what, let's grab an old brush and let's just have some fun today. And we'll start today with an old 2-inch brush. We'll go into a small amount of the Prussian blue. This is a very strong color. Takes very, very little paint. Just pull a little out and then tap the bristles into it. And I'm going to reach right here and get a little bit of the midnight black and just sort of mix them together. So we have black and blue, or blue and black, whatever your preference. Let's go right up here to the canvas. Now then, in doing landscapes, normally you want the whole thing to be darker at the top and then lighter toward the horizon. And by starting at the top and making little crisscross strokes, allowing the color to blend with the liquid white that's on the canvas, that will happen automatically. It's very easy, just like so. But just make little X's, little crisscross strokes. Allow that color to blend. There. And if you were working on a dry canvas, this would be very difficult. But since this canvas is wet and you're continually blending color, it's very simple. Very simple. This is truly the lazy man's way of painting. There we go. And I think I'll have some big fluffy clouds in this one today. So I'm just going to leave an area sort of open here, and that's where my clouds will live. All right, and we'll come down, oh, I don't know, maybe to about like there. Just sort of let it happen. Don't worry about it. If you painted with me before, you know that we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents, because very quickly you can learn to work with anything that happens here. I think I'll have a little water in this. So while I have that same color on the brush, just Prussian blue and midnight black, just going to put in a little indication of some water here. Maybe I'll put a little more color on my brush, make it a little darker. There we go. All right. But pull from the outside in and leave an area open here. If everything works just right, that'll look like a little sheen of light coming across the water. And it'll certainly enhance your painting. There, a little more of the color. We'll go on the other side. Do the same thing, but pull from the outside in. See, if you start here and go across, look what a horrible line you get here. And then you have to really work to blend that out. So start from the outside and pull toward the center, or wherever you want your little light sheen to be here. Okay, let me wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Of course, they don't think so around the station here because I've covered everything, as you will see, with paint thinner. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. Okay, now with the clean brush, we can just go across here and blend all this together. There. But see, that light spot still remains in there. It's not very distinct, but it's strong enough to indicate what we're trying to show. And we can blend the sky. And I don't want to overblend it. I like to have little areas that show variation, so it's just not a flat, dead sky. But in your painting, you sort of look at it and you decide how you want it. And you step back and take a look-see every once in a while so you can see it from a distance. There we are. Because if you back up and look at your painting, it's much easier to see. Sometimes when you're standing this close to it, it's sort of difficult to see. Tell you what, let's use a 1-inch brush today. I'm going to make a happy little cloud up here in the sky. For that, let's take just titanium white. I'll be right back. Don't go away. A little bit of the bright red. Very small amount, though. Put a little sunshine on this cloud. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, very gently, and all we're doing is just sort of tapping the canvas. Just let the corner of the brush touch and begin thinking where your little cloud would live in your world. And this piece of canvas is your world. And on here you can do anything that your heart desires. You can create any illusion that you want here. You can find peace and tranquility here, or you can make big storms. It just depends on what your mood is that day. There. Painting is sort of a way of capturing a second of time and a mood, putting it on canvas. And maybe 100 years from now, somebody will look at your painting and they'll know that you had a fantastic day. And that on this day, you truly did experience the joy of painting. There we are. Just sort of let these little things just work around and have fun. Let them play. Clouds are very free. They may be one of the freest things in nature. They just sort of float around the sky and have a good time. There we are. Okay, now we'll go back to a 2-inch brush. Be sure it's good and dry. And very carefully, just going to take the corner of the brush, the top corner, and just go in little tiny circles. Little tiny circles. I don't want to touch the top edge up here at all yet. Very gently. This is 2 hairs and some air. Just whisper light. Whisper light. Because you can destroy these little things that you've made in here very easy. Very light. Barely touching. Very gentle. Caress it. There we are. Now, I just beat the brush to knock off any excess paint. Now very lightly we can fluff this cloud. We can lift it. But this is a very gentle touch. Just barely lifting upward. But you can see how that cloud's beginning to fluff up. There. And then very lightly, 1 hair and some air. Just go across. And that takes out all the little tap marks, brings everything together. It makes some of the most fantastic clouds you've ever seen. And it's very simple. All right. Shoot. We got a nice little cloud there. Now then, maybe today, tell you what, let's build a very simple little mountain. Everybody seems to like mountains, so let's make us one. We'll take some black, some Prussian blue. We'll get a little Van Dyke brown too. What the heck? Maybe even a little alizarin crimson. Just a good dark color. There. Okay, now pull it out as flat as you can get it. Take the knife, cut across, and get a little roll of paint, and it should live right out on the edge of the knife. You can see how it's right out on the edge there. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, you have to make a major decision. Come right up here. Now you have to decide in your world where your mountain lives. Maybe it lives right here. And you can make any kind of mountain that you want. It's up to you. Up to you. We'll make something maybe today that maybe it sort of resembles the Tetons or mountains in that area. And the Tetons have a lot of little points on them, little jagged, ragged things, and that's what we'll make. But you could make a mountain that's very smooth. It's totally up to you. Once again, painting is a very individual thing. That's the reason we use no patterns or no tracings, because then you're just painting somebody else's thing. I want to teach you to make a world that belongs only to you, and it's unique to you and your personality. There. Okay. Now we'll take a 2-inch brush, and I want to grab this paint and pull it. That does 2 things. Maybe the most important one is it removes excess paint, so the next layer will stick much easier. But it also creates this nice misty area at the base of the mountain. And mountains are always more distinct on the top than they are on the bottom, if you can see the entire mountain. Because there's mist, and now we have wonderful pollution that hang around down here at the bottom, and it breaks up and diffuses light. So that's why you have a misty look at the base of mountains. All right. And by using brush strokes when you pull this, I hope that'll show up, but you can literally lay out all your highlights and shadows. Can you see what's happening? Without being committed. It's sort of a sneaky little way of seeing what your mountain's going to look like before you paint it. But you can lay out everything that easy. Now then, let's just we'll just use that same old titanium white right here. Pull it out once again, as flat as you can get it. Cut across in our little roll of paint. See, let's do that one more time, because that's so important. Pull it out flat, cut across, little roll of paint. That easy. Let's go up here. Now then, you have to start making some big decisions. Where does the highlights live on this mountain? Maybe somewhere right along in here. No pressure. No pressure. 3 hairs and no air. It's that easy. I've mentioned before in other shows when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I used to tell him, just pretend you're a whisper floating right across the mountain, and you're not even touching it. You're just floating right across there. There. See how you can create all kinds of little things. Anything that you want. You just decide where these little things live in your world. And just barely touching. And you want the paint to break like this. That's what makes all those beautiful little things that you see in there. And it happens automatically. All you have to do is learn to make the knife barely touch the canvas, gently. We receive a lot of letters. One of the things that I hear over and over again is people are having trouble doing this. Normally, you can equate it to one of 2 problems. First of all, the paint's too thin. We use a very firm, dry paint, much firmer than traditional oil painting paints. Secondly, the pressure that you're applying. If you apply too much pressure, it's going to look just like you iced a cake. And we're not looking for that. We want to have all those nice breaks in there so it's very pretty. And people won't believe what you did. Every day I get letters from people and they say they've watched the show and they've tried it and it's working. And they take the paintings and they show it to friends and relatives and they don't believe that they painted them. And that's always wonderful to hear. For a little shadow here, I'm taking a little Prussian blue and white and just mixing it together. Once again, you could even use a small edge, see, and pull out a little roll of paint. Or you can use a small knife, whichever is convenient for you. We have 2 different size knives, so pick out the one that you like. And you can go back in here now and begin putting in some little shadow areas. I want this to remain quite dark. I don't want to get too much going on back here. These areas are deep in shadows here. There we are. But this is where you begin forming all these little things. This is where the little mountain goat lives, right up in here. He needs a little place to call home to, just like the rest of us. And you have to take care of God's little creatures. There. Maybe over in here. Like that. Wherever. Just sort of let your imagination go. And you can come right along here in any place you want to show a little break in here. You just put a little shadow and automatically it'll happen. Let's take another good, clean, dry 2-inch brush. And I want to create mist at the base of this mountain. So all you need to do is tap. But follow these angles when you tap. Don't just chop across. It'll look like somebody took a big razor blade and cut your mountain off. Just tap and then gently lift upward. The same angle that the mountain flows here. Same angle. It'll create a beautiful, soft, misty effect right at the base of your mountain. Okay, shoot, we got a pretty good looking little mountain there too. All right, let's take the old round brush today. I'm gonna use that same basic mountain color. We had Prussian blue and black, a little alizarin crimson. There, I think we had some Van Dyke brown. I'm gonna reach back, get a little sap green put in there too. Let's start making some foliage that lives back here in front of this mountain. And with the old round brush here, we could just take and just begin tapping. Just decide basically where you want these things to live. There, maybe there's a bigger one right there. A big, strong one lives right up there. Wherever. You have to make big decisions. There they go. Okay, a little bit more of the color. All right. Maybe there's a big tree here on the side. But just sort of let your imagination go. Think if you were a tree where you'd like to live. You know, this tree, he lives right here in front of the mountain. He has one of the prettiest views. He looks out over this mountain and watches everything happen. Sometimes you get carried away and these trees just keep growing on you. That's all right. This is your tree, so you make it any way that you want. Any way that you want. In your world, you can have anything. Anything. There. Okay. Right on down, maybe somewhere in there. We don't care at this point. Let's see, mix up a little more color. Black, blue, some brown, a little crimson, a little of sap green. Ran out of color. There. Now then, maybe in our world, we'll have... Let's get crazy. Maybe there's another tree over here. That'll sort of block everything in. Make sort of a nice composition. That way it'll force your eye to go in here and look at this mountain when we're done. There, got a little hair there. If you get a little hair, just use the corner of your brush and lift it off the canvas. No big deal. These brushes are natural bristles, so they do shed. There. Till you get those out. All right. Okay, now maybe we'll have some reflections in our water. So all you have to do is just bring some of this color right down. Just let it go. Something like that. If we have a tall tree on this side, then we're going to have very long reflections in the water. All right. Okay, now I have to make a big decision. Where does water and land meet? Somewhere right in here in my world. There. So just begin pulling this down. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but somewhere in here we'll have all this come together. Doesn't really matter at this point. Now very lightly go across. And that'll create the illusion of instant reflections in your water. That easy. Now I have several of each brush going. Let me pick up another little round brush here. And with it, let's put some nice highlights. And I will take a little cad yellow, a little yellow ochre. I'll be right back. I'm going to pick up a little sap green. But mix these colors on the brush. And that way you have a multitude of things happening in that brush. Look at all the different tones and colors. I don't know if you could ever mix that if you just sat and tried to mix each one individually. Okay, let's go up in here. And I just want to put a little indication of some little things, some little highlights on these trees. Just tap. That's all you got to do. Just tap it. But think about form and shape. Don't just hit it random. Think about where the light would play through here and all these little things would shine and sparkle. There's another one. These are just some little background trees. Okay, there he lives, right there. And it helps to make up little stories about your scene. Give these little characters personalities, and then they become individuals to you. Become very special, and become your friends. I want to add a little bit of the Indian yellow, a little bright red here and there. Maybe we'll give this a little indication that maybe Jack Frost has been through here and had a good day, and things are beginning to change colors. There. And you can get as wild with the autumn scenes as you want. There's some of the most beautiful reds and golds in nature. There we are. Tell you what, a little more of the sap green, a little cad yellow. Maybe this little big tree here. Think about individual things in there. And once again, this is just going to end up being a background tree. I think I'm going to put some things in front of it. But you want to make it look pretty good because a lot of it's going to show through. And people will think you work for months trying to get in there and put all those little individual things in there. And we don't tell them any different. That's our secret. That's our secret. Because a lot of people will never believe you could paint this much detail using a big old crazy brush like this. But you can. There. You can do anything, as long as you believe you can do it. You know, and it helps to mentally, when you decide you're going to paint a picture, paint it mentally several times and get the strokes sort of worked out in your mind. Know what you want before you start. Have a general idea of what you want. But do it mentally, just like athletes. They psych themselves up before a big event. You can do that for painting too. Okay, tell you what, maybe over here we'll put a nice little sparkler. Okay, before we go too far here, I better decide what we're going to do. I'm going to put some nice little tree trunks back in there. So we'll take some paint thinner. I'll just use some Van Dyke brown for that. Maybe a little dark sienna mixed with it. Give it a little flavor. But this paint should be very thin, almost like ink. This is a script liner brush. It holds a lot of paint, but it needs to be very thin. Let's go up here. Maybe, yep, right here lives a big old strong tree. A little more of the paint thinner, load the brush full again. But let the brush wiggle and jiggle so it's just not a plain old straight telephone pole looking tree. I sort of like for trees to have character and be individuals. I don't want all my trees to grow up and be just telephone poles. There we go. But maybe in your world, that's what you want. And there's freedom on this canvas. You can do anything here. You can even string wire on your tree if you want to. It's okay. There. Over in there, this is a tree that lives right along here, and he too has a beautiful view of the mountain. All right. And we can come back, and I'll take a little paint thinner and a little white with at least a little touch of bright red in it. You can come right back in here and add some highlights to your tree. The mountain tells you the light's coming from the right side. That easy. You can make that little tree just stand out there. Okay, back to my brown. Don't want the other side left out. It'll get jealous. And nothing worse than a mad tree, I tell you. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right here in front of that great big one. But by doing it this way, painting that tree first and then painting trees in front of it, it creates that illusion of depth and distance in your painting. It's not flat. It's not flat. So many paintings I see are just very flat. This way you build depth. You'll be able to see between things and look back in there and just, it's fantastic. I've painted literally tens of thousands of paintings, and I still get excited every time I see this work. Every time there. Okay, just all kinds of little limbs and sticks and twigs and wherever you think they should live. But if that paint doesn't flow for you, chances are you don't have enough paint thinner. Just add a little more paint thinner and it will begin sticking. I'm going to go back to my round brush, go into a little yellow ochre, a little bit of bright red, and just mix them together. We'll put maybe a little more of the red. Let's sparkle this up. We're going to have fall colors. Let's get crazy. Maybe on this one here we can see, ooh, that's a nice one. See there? But right over the top of that other tree. It's all right. We don't care. There. See? Just pretend it's not there. Don't pay any attention to it because you want it to look natural. In nature, one tree does not worry about being in front of another tree. It just grows wherever it can get the most light and water. And that's the way we want our paintings to look. There. And maybe there's a few bright little things on this side. Look at there. This old round brush does fantastic things. Even if you've never painted before, this son of a gun will just drop them right in there. Okay. Maybe there's a little land down here. We need something for all this to stand on. I'll take a little Van Dyke brown. Let's go right in here. And let's decide where the land lives. And this is just a base color. We'll come back and highlight it. Tell you what, maybe there's a little peninsula that lives right out here. Wherever you want it, just sort of drop it in. On the other side here, just a little. There it goes. There. Now, we can take a little titanium white, little dark sienna. Come and just mix them together, but loosely so the color is not overmixed. And just barely caress the top of that. Just let it pick up here and there. Don't push hard, though, with a knife. This is just like laying snow on the mountain. Because if you push hard, it's going to destroy the undercolor, and we don't want that. Yeah, let's take us a fan brush. I'm going to dip it in a little liquid white just to thin the paint, because one of our golden rules, thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Take the same colors, mix them on the brush here. All right, let's go up in here. Just going to push upward with a fan brush. Just pop in a few little grassy areas that live right back in here. Follow the lay of the land here. That's very important. This is where you create that flow of the land. That's where it's created, right here. just by making these little areas. You can see exactly how this flows. There we go. Don't kill all your little dark areas. These dark areas at the base of trees and stuff are extremely important. They're the shadows deep in there. That's where the little bunny rabbit hides. And he has to have a place to hide. Take a little liquid white, pull it out very flat, cut across. Let's get a little paint on here. Let's just put us in a little water line. This light area separates the two darks and cleans up the bottom, brings it all together. Just brings it together. Act like you're trying to cut a hole right in the canvas. And this old canvas is it's tough. Very tough. Okay. Now then. Here we are. Now, let's get crazy. Let's get crazy. We got a minute or so left. And you know, if you paint with me, I like big trees. We have one, see, right in front of everything though. Lives right there. Just Van Dyke brown. And we take that same brown and white we used. Let's just touch, barely touch. Give it a little pull here. Just a little pull. See? Maybe this old tree, maybe it's about dead. Just put a few limbs on it and let it sort of just hang around out here. Little paint thinner and the liner brush. And we'll just put a big old limb here and there, just like so. A few of them still hanging on. Still hanging on. Not too many. Don't want to ruin the illusion that this old tree is just hanging around here and dead. Okay. I think we have a pretty nice little painting there. Hope you've enjoyed this one. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hello, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. So I tell you what, let's start out today and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, come on up here. Let me show you what we've got already. We've got our standard old pre-stretched canvas, and I use an 18 by 24, but you use any size that's convenient for you. We've covered the entire surface with a thin, even coat of liquid white, and that makes the canvas wet, slick, and it's all ready to go. So I hope you have your oil paints out and you're ready to spend a relaxing half hour. I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little scene that's very pretty and very easy, and we'll just have a good time together. Let's start out with a little alizarin crimson. Just a little, pull a little out and tap it into the 2-inch brush. And maybe we'll have a nice warm area in the sky of this little painting. So let's go right up in here. And just using our little crisscross strokes, just make little X's. Let it blend with the liquid white. Those colors will just soften and blend automatically. You don't have to worry about it. Use very little color here. We don't want to set this sky on fire. All I want to do is just create a little glow up here. Something about like that. Maybe we'll do some little mountains today. I like mountains, and that's the most single requested thing that people write in and say they'd like to see and do. So we'll do some. We'll take a little of the phthalo blue. Didn't even have to clean the brush because the crimson is so weak in comparison to the blue. The blue just eats it up. So we can start right up here, still making our little crisscross strokes, and just lay in a happy little sky. That's simple. There, just bring it about down to the crimson, and then we'll stop, clean the brush, and blend it. Otherwise, once again, this blue is so strong, it'll just consume your crimson. It'll go away and leave you. You'll be all alone here with just a blue sky. All right. Tell you what, when we have blue on the brush, let's put a little water in here. You know me, I love water. Take a little of the phthalo blue and reach right over here and I'll get a touch, just a touch of the phthalo green. It's very, very, very strong. Whew. Be careful with it. And maybe we'll go in here and we'll lay an indication of a little bit of water. Just pull from the outside in, as we normally do. I like to have a little glimmer of light coming across the water. There. Okay, now then a little bit more of the blue, a little more phthalo green in it. Come from the other side. Just sort of let these come together like that. All right. Now then, let's wash the old brush. If you've painted with me before, you know this is the fun part of this whole technique. This is where we really get crazy. Just odorless thinner, paint thinner, shake off the excess, and just beat the devil out of it. All right, let's go right up here where the blue and the pink come together. Now then, just want to continue to use the little crisscross strokes and begin blending that together. Something about like that. So you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There we are. And down here, we'll just go all the way across. And that'll bring our water together. But we still have this indication of light zinging right across there. Just sliding across the water. All right. Tell you what, let's take an old 1-inch brush. I want to put some happy little clouds up here. Happy little clouds. And we'll just use a titanium white today. Right on the old 1-inch brush. And maybe we have a little cloud that, yep, he lives right up here. He just floats around the sky and has a good time. Now all we're doing is just sort of tapping and hitting the canvas so you get those nice fluffy little edges. Just little fluffy edges. There. But sort of round so it's got form and shape to it. There we are. And you can begin creating all kinds of little individual effects. Something like that. And we do one layer at a time. Just work on individual layers. Okay, if that's our first layer, take a good, clean, dry 2-inch brush and just barely blend it. We want to leave these nice top edges, but blend behind it a little bit. See there? Now, very lightly. Just lift it a little. And it creates a nice little floater up there in the sky. Let me show you something. I get carried away sometimes. I keep seeing things that we could do. Let's take a little alizarin crimson and phthalo blue and mix it together so we have a little lavender-like color. Watch here. A little bit on the fan brush. Let's go right up here. Maybe in our world, right back in here, let's just have a few little clouds that they just sort of float around and have a good time. We just sort of call these floaters, for lack of a better word. Some of my friends who fly airplanes would probably tell me the correct name for these, but I just call them little floaters. They just hang around and have a good time. Very gently, go across. So it'll give us the indication of some little things that are floating way back in the distance. Now then, let's really get crazy. I'm going to take, let's just put another big old cloud that lives right in here. And this one comes right down, right over the top of the little floaters that we laid in. And just sort of, maybe it comes right out about like that. I don't know. In your world, you put clouds wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. There. This is probably one of the freest painting techniques I've ever been exposed to. It allows you to do anything that you want. Anything. There. Now then, once again, back to our 2-inch brush, and we'll blend that a little. Something about like that. Don't have to blend it a great deal, just enough to blend the base of it a little. And very lightly, lift it, fluff it, blend it, bring it together. But look at that. There's such a mass of clouds and there's so much depth in there. And that easy. There. Okay. Fantastic. I think we're in business. Just knocked the excess paint off that old brush. And we're going to have some mountains today, we decided. So let's take some black. We'll use a little depression blue, some Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, whatever. Good dark color with sort of a blue base to it. Blue or lavender base. Pull it out very flat, cut across, get our little roll of paint. Let's come right up in here, maybe right there. Just make a decision where you think the old mountains would live in your world. Decide where the peaks are and all the valleys. It's what makes painting so much fun, is you get to control your world. Oh, this is pure, raw power here. When I go home, all I can do is, the only power I have is over the garbage. That's mine. It waits for me, and I get to take it out. But on this canvas, I can do anything. I can move mountains, trees, can even move rivers here. And so can you. I spent half my life in the military. And I would play soldier all day. Then at night I would come home. And this painting was a way of finding a world that was full of peace, and it was calm, and there was no bad things here. Okay, let's just take a 2-inch brush, pull that out, and let it just blend at the base. There, see how soft that base becomes? Just like so. Okay, just keep pulling it. This is also an excellent way to sort of lay out and shape your mountains, because you can see these brush strokes in here, and you're not committed. Sort of a way of cheating a little. It's not cheating, but it's a way of making it easier for you. There we are. No such thing as cheating in painting. If it works, it makes you happy, then it's good. Then it's good. The only rule in painting is that there are no rules. It's an individual thing. Individual. And everybody sees nature through different eyes, and painting is a way of putting your expression on canvas. So enjoy it. Let's take some titanium white. Shoot, let's have some good fun today. Pull it out flat, cut across, get our little roll of paint as usual. Now we can go up in here and let's begin laying in some little highlights. Let that knife just sort of bounce and wiggle and jiggle. Just have fun. Think where little things would live, where you want little peaks and valleys. You need a little home for the mountain goats. Choom. There. There's all kind of little creatures that live up in here, and just have a good time. Okay. See? There. But just let it flow. No pressure here. Absolutely no pressure. And in your mind, just think nothing's touching the canvas but that little roll of paint. The knife is not even touching. If you let the knife touch, then you, as Steve, my son, says, you mush the paint. That means you flatten it out and squish it. Steve and I have been known to make up words sometimes, so that's one that he's made up and uses. But people understand what he's saying when he teaches. And he travels all over the country teaching. God, he teaches literally thousands of people the joy of painting. There. So if he gets to your area, go see him, hassle him a little bit. He does a lot of demonstrations, and you'll find him to be a joy to be with. Okay, a little of the phthalo blue and white. A little roll of paint on the knife. And let's just lay in the indication here and there of some little shadow areas. We don't want a whole bunch of color there, just where you think you'd be a happy little shadow living. There. Maybe. Right here. Choom, there he goes. Let's bring this one distinctly through. That'll push that first one back. Sneaky, huh? There. Let it go. And just a little touch over in here. Now sometimes it's fun to come back after you've done this, and let's break that up. But now you can see a shadow through there. And little things like that will make your painting special. But you need to put a shadow back here. Every highlight needs its own shadow. And if you don't give it its own shadow, it just won't play with you. It'll go home. Just go away. There we are. Now then, let's get a clean one. There we are. I've got so many brushes laying around here. We'll just take an old 2-inch brush and gently tap, following the angles in the mountain, as usual. Lift upward. Over here, we'll follow this angle, just to create the illusion of mist, right down here at the base. Very soft and very gentle. But that's a heck of a range of mountains to make in just a minute or two, and you can do it. You really can do it. Just practice a little bit. Be sure you have the right paint, because it has to be firm. It really does. That's the one thing that I hear over and over when people say they're having trouble. We always nearly trace it back to the fact that their paint is thin, and you really have to have a very firm paint to be able to paint wet on wet or layer on top of layers. There we go. Let's take a little, we'll just use that mountain color. I've added a little Van Dyke brown, put a little white in it, a little touch of the sap green, not much, just a little. I want a little more of the white in there. A little bit more of the white. There, that's sort of a nice grayish brown color, quite pleasant. Okay, let me wipe the old knife. Let's grab us a fan brush. Okay, we'll just put a little of that color on the fan brush. And in our world, maybe there lives, boy there does now, just some happy little trees back in here. These little trees would be a super place for my little squirrel. If you've painted with me before, you know I have all kind of little creature pets. I'm going to share with you today my latest little squirrel that's living with me. He is the most precious little thing. You have to force him to eat, see? We call him Peapod the pocket squirrel, because he would live in your pocket forever. And one of my neighbors, a young man named Dennis, lives down the street from me, found him and brought him to me. And he lives with me now. I think I have 5 squirrels right now and 2 crows. And this little squirrel will be ready to turn loose here in just a few more weeks. And he'll go back to nature and he'll have a good time. And these things usually stay around the house when I turn them loose. And so I get to enjoy them sometime for years and years and years. There. But isn't he cute? Little, as I say, we call him Peapod the pocket squirrel. Okay, now we have just an indication back here of just some little trees that are living far back here in the distance. Sometimes, watch here, let's have some fun. Take a little of that same mountain color, maybe right in here, come right in here. There's just a little stone, or maybe a little part of the mountain that lives right in here. Watch there, just put that dark in, just like you did to make the big mountain up here. This is a baby mountain. If you take care of it, treat it well, it'll grow up and be a big mountain like its big brother right above it. Okay, back to our little bit of the white. I'm going to add the least little touch of Van Dyke brown in the white. I want to dull it down some down here. Just the least little touch, Once again, least little touch, and just let this sort of play. Let that knife just bounce, though. I want this to look like rough places. Mean there. A little bit right in there. That's what my dog said when he set down the sandpaper. He said, rough. There. All right. There. Yeah, same thing. Just tap a little bit of mist right at the base of that. I don't want much. Maybe we'll have some big trees that live in the front of that, and that'll help push it back. You can also, I'm going to dull that same, take a little brown, phthalo blue and white, and make a little shadow color. But I want it duller than the one up high. Just put the indication here and there of a little shadow that lives back in there. Have to have a little shadow in there too. Now, let's clean this off a little spot. Even with a palette this big, I run out of room sometime. That's what happens when you paint with big brushes and big knives. Let's take some black, some Prussian blue. I'm going to put some phthalo green in there, maybe a little brown and crimson. What the heck? Just a little bit of everything. Good dark color. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife. And I have several fan brushes going, so I'll grab another one. And on this one, we're going to put this very dark color. And let's put some little evergreens that live in our world. They live. I think they live right there. And this is the easiest way I've ever seen of making little trees that look like they're far, far away. Because you don't want too much detail. If you get too much detail, then you lose that illusion of distance. When things are far away, you don't see a lot of detail. You see changes in color or shape, but not a lot of detail. Maybe, tell you what, maybe we'll take a 1-inch brush. We'll just pop in a few bushes that live right here. Same color. A few little bushes live right out here in front of this like that. So you can just see that little stone that's just, it's peeking at you from behind those trees and stuff. I'm going to dip a 1-inch brush into liquid white. We'll go into a little cad yellow. Be right back. Get a little sap green. A little sap green, maybe a little darker. There we go. A little yellow ochre. And eventually I'll use the Indian yellow here, and pretty soon little touches of red, bright red. Now then, let's pick out our little trees and bushes that live back here. There's one. Just push sort of upward. Just give it a little upward push. This is one of many ways of making beautiful little bushes. Sometimes we use a little round brush. Oh, there's one that's got more Indian yellow and yellow ochre in it. So it's got a little different flavor. A little touch of the bright red right on the tip will make it look like there's flowers back here on these trees. That's sort of nice. Okay, now, let's have some fun. Let's grab the very bottom of that and pull straight down. Just straight down. I want a dark color down here. Very dark color. There. Okay. Right on down. Now then, tell you what, let's take a fan brush. I'm going to dip it into the liquid white and then go into titanium white and the least little touch of phthalo blue in it. Very little of the phthalo blue. I dipped it in the liquid white to make the paint thinner, because a thin paint will slide right over the top of a very thick paint without mixing, or just mixing a little bit, depending on the amount of pressure that you put. Maybe there's a little waterfall that lives right up in there. And we'll just push in some happy little things, and the water plays right along here. See there? Just let it play though, and maybe, bloop, maybe there's another little thing there. There's all kind of little stones and rocks under here that create little bumps and just places the water falls and carries on. And make up little stories and think about this just floating right down here. Make those little noises. That really helps. That really helps. That just sort of wanders right on out in there somewhere. Something like that. All right. Let's take, oh, there it is. Lost my brush. When you get my age, the mind sort of slips away sometime. You have to go looking for it. Let's take a little bit more of the dark color on this brush. And I want to push that little waterfall way back into there. So we'll put the indication here of some more little trees that live back in the background. And all we're doing, just tapping downward. Just tapping downward. And don't let these become too symmetrical or just alike. Have different shapes here. Otherwise they'll begin looking, oh, they'll look like it just came out of a copy machine. Trees are different. They're not all straight, they're not all crooked. They're like people. They're individuals. That's what makes them so fantastic. As I say, it's like people. Can you imagine how boring the world would be if everybody was just alike? It's fun to have different people with different beliefs, different looks. That's what makes it interesting. And it's the same when you're doing paintings. Enjoy the differences. Maybe, tell you what, while we got that old brush going, yeah, stand back and take a look. In our world, there is now a big bush that lives right here. Like that. And we're just pushing upward with this 1-inch brush, just to make all those little trees and stuff that live in there. There we are. Okay. Just drop those in. And at the same time, I'm going to reverse the brush and tap downward. And that'll end up, if all goes well, that'll end up being our little reflections in the water. Just like that. All right. Now we can take a 2-inch brush and we grab those reflections, pull them straight down. Straight down. Don't let them go at an angle like that. Just won't look right. It'll bother your eye when you look at it. Same thing on the other side, and go across. And that easy, we have instant reflections. Now we can go back take a little of the black, a little midnight black, and go into yellow. That makes a beautiful, beautiful green color. There, pull that brush in one direction, loading it full of color. Look at all the paint. Good, let's go up here. Now then, let's go back in here and begin picking out individual bushes and trees that hide back here. And I'll reload the brush continually and just change the flavor a little by adding a little of the yellow ochre, a little more green, or whatever it takes. Just so there's a little variation in color. There. Okay, sometimes it's fun to put a little red out on the tip. As I mentioned earlier, and make those bushes that look like they have little red flowers hanging out here on them. There. On the other side, we can do the same thing when we have this old brush going. Add the least little touch of paint thinner to the paint. Make it a little thinner. Thin paint, once again, we'll stick to thicker paint. But if the thickest paint is on the brush, when you go to do this, it'll just pull the paint off the canvas onto your brush. So if you do this and you begin getting a lot of color off the canvas, check to be sure that the paint on your brush is thinner than the paint on the canvas. It's really all it amounts to. It's just a difference in thickness of paint. There we go. And maybe right there lives another one. Work in layers, always completing the most distant one first and coming forward, forward, forward. Now, maybe, let's take some Van Dyke Brown, get crazy. Maybe in our world there's a nice little stone that lives right in here, and this is going to be the bank. It's got to be a place to hold all this nice greenery up so it doesn't fall over in the water and make a big splash. Might be a little beaver or something lives here and scare him to death. We don't want to do that. Hope you enjoy seeing my little creatures. I am so crazy about some of these little rascals. I have one that we call Squirrely Girly Brown, and she's a mess. Well, that little squirrel's something else. She's just about ready to turn loose. She's full grown now. She's been with me for, I guess 8 or 9 months. She is something else. And she hides nuts all over my house. The other day I went fishing with a friend, and I went to put on my fishing shoes, and there was a pecan in the toe. You ever put your shoe on and somebody's put something in the end of it? Certainly get your attention. Let's take a little white, a little bit of the dark sienna. Let's just go up here and just touch and bounce. And we're just going to put the indication of some nice little things that are happening right along in here. But leave a dark area underneath, and I'll show you why in a minute. Let's do the other side while we got this going. Leave a dark area underneath, because we want this to be deep, have height to it. Okay, wipe the knife, then we'll grab just the base of that and pull a little tiny bit of that color down using the small edge of the knife. Or sometimes I just use a small knife, depending on how you feel at that moment. But it'll create the illusion that this is thick. It's not just coming out there. And you sort of change the angles now and then. Something like so. Take a little touch of the liquid white, lay it out here. I'm going to get a fan brush, put a little of that on it. That's just liquid white on the fan brush. And just go in here and just put the indication of just some little things right in here. Not much. A little bit on the other side. There we are. Tell you what, we got just a second left here. Put in a happy little tree. This drives my director crazy when we do this, but we'll do it anyway. She's mean. She'll be out here and get me in a second. Just drop in a happy little tree. And give him a little friend right there. Coming back with a little that same dark color we used to make the, and we just pop in, maybe this is a big evergreen, pop in the indication, a few little limbs and stuff that hang right out like that. And this little tree needs some too. There we go. Very simple way of making some very effective little trees. Pick up a little yellow, it'll turn green, and we can highlight that a little. And the old clock on the wall tells me that it's about time to leave you for today. I really hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a lot of fun. It'll teach you how to use all the equipment. And I think you'll be amazed at what you can do. And from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope you're also having a fantastic day. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, as usual, let me show you what I've got done up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched canvas, and today I've taken and cut a little oval out of some adhesive back paper or contact paper, whatever you call it, and just stuck it on here. And we've covered the center with a little bit of the liquid white, and it's all wet and ready to go. And I thought today we'd do one of those little ovals. That's become one of the most popular things we've ever introduced. So let's start out with the old 2-inch brush, a little bit of the phthalo blue, beautiful blue color. We'll tap a little into the bristles, and let's go right up here. And we'll start up here at the top today, just making little crisscross strokes, little X's right over, and that's continually blending with the liquid white. So automatically you get this beautiful variation of color and the beautiful blending. There we are. There, and a little bit more. And we'll come right over in here. Maybe we'll have a happy little cloud in the sky, so I'll just leave a little area open here. There. Come right on down to about there. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anything we don't like, we just paint over it, keep right on going. Okay, come right across. That just takes out the brush marks and just helps blend everything together. Something like so. Now then, let's do the fun part. Let's wash the old brush. And if you've painted with me before, you know this is the part that's most exciting. Especially to the camera crew. All right. I'll tell you what, today, let's just use a little 1-inch brush and make a happy little cloud. We'll take a little titanium white. Just pull the old brush through the white here, just to load a little color on it. Let's go up here to the canvas. Now then, let's figure out where our little fluffy cloud will live in our world. And we'll start out and just sort of let it bounce around and play here. Wherever you want it. A little more paint on the brush. But keep the brush moving. If it stays in one place and you go around and around, it'll look like a big cotton ball up here in the sky, and we're not after that today. There. Maybe the old cloud lives right down here and comes right on. I don't know. Maybe it just goes right on over here somewhere. In your world, you put it wherever you want it. All right. Now back to our 2-inch brush, and very gently, just using the top corner, I'm going to blend the base of this cloud out a little. The top, I'm not going to touch it all yet. Just blend it a little, making tiny little circles, once again, using only the top corner of the brush. And I beat the brush a little just to remove any excess paint that we've picked up. It's easier than going through the whole cleaning procedure. In layman terms, that's called laziness. There we are. All right. And very gently, we'll just go across it. And maybe today, there's a couple little layers in our clouds. Maybe we have another little cloud that lives right here, right below that one. Little happy cloud that just sort of floats around in the sky. There he comes. There he comes. All right. See how easy it is to make these big fluffy clouds? There. And same thing once again. 2-inch brush, using just the top corner. And the reason we use the top corner, watch, if you use the bottom corner, you really can't tell where the brush is hitting. Use the top corner and you can see exactly what you're doing. Okay, and you have a lot more control on the brush that way. Once again, fluff it up a little, like so, and very gently just blend it. There. Just enough to take out the little brush strokes. But do them in layers. Do the one that's farthest away first, and then do the second one. All right. Now then, let's have some little rolling hills that live back in here. I want to we'll use a little Prussian blue, a little alizarin crimson, proportionately much more blue than crimson. And put a little white out here. Maybe just a touch more of the blue. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. So I have the same color, but 2 different values here. By putting the white in it, this one, as you can see, is much lighter than this one. right, so let's take the lightest one first. Let's go up in here. Come right up in here, and let's just put us a very basic little shape, something like so. Don't let these get too pointy. This is just a soft little hill. There. Just really push it into the fabric and then scrape off all the excess. The value, or the color, will remain in the fabric. Then we'll take our brush and grab and firmly pull the paint. Firmly pull it, just like so. There. We want it to get lighter toward the base. Okay, pull it right through there. I think I'll have some trees over here, so I'm not too worried about this side. I don't know. If we leave it blank, then for sure we'll have to put something over there. All right. But that's really all you need. It gives an indication of a nice little rolling hill that's far away. And if you want to make that illusion of depth and distance even greater, we go into that same color that we mixed that's darker, and we'll once again pick up a little roll of paint on the knife. Let's go back up in here. Come right back in here. Now then, let's drop right down like that. And let's just put another little hill in here. It helps create that illusion of depth in your painting when you do that. Maybe it turns and goes up right there. I don't know. You decide. In your world, you make all these big decisions. But once again, we're firmly pushing that color right into the canvas. And then we'll take our 2-inch brush, grab it, and just move the color. Allow it to actually just blend with the liquid white that's on the canvas. And you always want the base of a hill or mountain lighter than the top. And as you can see, look at the little light area in between these two. That's the separator. That's your good friend. Take care of it. Treasure it. There we are. And sometimes I just dip the brush into a little color. Sometimes it's fun just to put a little dark area in there, and it'll look like there's a whole nother plane in there. You can just play all kind of tricks, or you can take and lift gently upward a little bit, and it'll look like you can make out the indication of little trees that live way back in the woods, way back on that hill. See there? I hope you can see those. It's quite small, but they're there. Now then, tell you what. We'll use that same lavender color. I'm going to add a little black to it. A little black, a little brown. Little touch maybe of the crimson and sap green. There we are. Let's go right up in here, right under this, and we have to decide where we'll have some land areas. Maybe right in here. We'll just put a nice little hill, and this is just the base color. This is just so our highlights will show when we put them on top of this. You could really put this on with a paint roller. Doesn't matter. But it's a good place to practice with a brush, because so much of painting is a feel. You very quickly you can feel just by touching the canvas whether your paint's too thick, too thin, you got too much on the brush, and it comes with just a little practice. There. Now then, I'll just use the same old brush. I'm lazy today and don't want to wash them all, so we'll use the same old brush and go right into a little bit of the cad yellow, a little yellow ochre, maybe a little sap green. There we are. There. Just gently tap. See, you can see that little ridge of paint. There's an identical one on the end of the brush, and that's what we're after. Let's go up here. Now, just barely touch and tap downward. And this is one of the easiest, nicest ways of creating the effect of little fields or little grassy areas way back here in the distance. There. Just let the sun play through there. There we are. Okay. And sometimes it's fun just to take, and I'll just grab another brush here. It doesn't matter what you use. I'll pick up a 1-inch. It happens to be handy. It doesn't matter, as I say. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right here. Just a little bushy guy. There. We just put in a little dark color, and let's give him a little friend. You know me. I think everything needs a friend, even an old tree. take a little touch, a little bright red, a little yellow ochre. I'm even into a little Indian yellow there. Just a little sparkly. Get that little bit of paint right there. Let's go right up in here, and let's just, ooh, nice. Let's just put some little highlights on that little rascal right there. And this little one here, he needs a few little things too. There. Okay, now back to our color we were using. We'll come right in here and just put a little grass down at the base of those two little trees. But see, that creates a whole nother plane in your painting. And these different planes are what give depth. Okay. Now maybe, let's put a little more color right in here. We need that dark, so light will show. There. Tell you what, watch here. I get carried away. Maybe right here, maybe there's a happy little pond. It's way back here. Pull straight down. We'll get just the least little touch of titanium white and just sparkle it. Got to make those little sounds, though. Just pull it straight down and then very gently go across. Very gently, just enough to wiggle it a little bit. I tell you, let's do it with a fan brush today. We'll take a little of the Van Dyke brown, a little dark sand on the fan brush. And you can do it with a knife, or you can do it here with a fan brush. Let's just put in the indication of a little bank way back in the distance back here. This is just brown. Straight old brown. Maybe there's a few little dark things that grow right along the edge of the water. Just lift upward. It makes it look like little bushes, maybe little cattails that are dark in there, whatever. Just make up little stories and drop them in. A little of the liquid white on the knife, and we'll come back in here and put a little touch of water line right along there. Just act like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. There. Now then, we'll go back to our 1-inch brush we were using. Had black, Prussian blue, crimson, little sap green. Same old colors. Just should be very, very dark though. Okay, now then. Maybe just I'm touching and sort of pulling downward. Just want a little touch of that lake left back here. We'll put in some dark. All right there. Just sort of look at this and make a decision where you think it should be. Nah, brush is too slow. Let me get a big one here. You get lazy after a while and you like these big brushes. Let's just fill this all in here with some of our nice dark color. Once again, this dark is here only to make the light show, because without it, you don't have any light. If you put light against light, you have nothing. If you put dark against dark, you have nothing. So you're always playing games, light against dark, dark against light. That's what makes it work. It's just illusions. We only have a two-dimensional surface here, so everything is just illusions. While we're working on that illusion, let's get crazier. What the heck? Take a look-see, decide. We said there was going to be a big tree right here. Well, let's just have us a big tree. We'll just use the corner of the old 2-inch brush. Same basic colors. Same colors, just let that old tree live right out there. Tell you what, while we got that going, let's have one over here too. You get carried away with these, they're fun. But you can make very detailed little trees and bushes with a 2-inch brush. It doesn't have to be a little tiny Tim brush to make small things or to make detail. You can make it with a very large brush. It's just a matter of practicing a little until it works for you and you're comfortable with it. There. Okay. Now then, we'll use the old script liner brush. A little bit of white. I'm going to reach down here and get a little titanium white. Mix them together. Maybe get a little more of the paint thinner on here. I want this paint to be very thin almost the consistency of ink. In fact, you can see it running there, very thin. Let's go up here. And here, we'll just put the indication of some little tree trunks here and there. A little more of the white. Yeah, that's better. Now you can see them a little bit better. And we'll put a few limbs and stems and all the little things that you need to hold up these happy little trees in here. Okay. Shoot, I tell you what, there might even be one over here. Who knows? Wherever you want them. There. While I have that old brush going, I'm going to go right into straight Van Dyke brown. Same way, thin it very thin. Maybe, yeah, let's do this. Maybe there's a little fence back here by the pond. Just goes right on down out of sight. And we can see some old rails still on the post. Makes it sort of interesting. Just breaks it up. I'll take a little light color. Just put a little highlight on some of these. There. We got a happy little fence that lives way back in the distance. Back to our brush, it has our greens and yellows on it. A little more of the sap green. Oh, there we go. Nice. Let's go back in here and just begin tapping in some little grassy areas. Now this is going to be just like we did in the back. And while they're doing that, you know, I get a lot of letters from fantastic people all over the country that send pictures of what they're painting at home from watching this show, and I'd like to share some of those with you. But you would not believe what people are doing. This makes it all worthwhile. And a lot of people that are sending paintings have never had a painting lesson in their life other than watching the television series. And this is what they're accomplishing. And maybe most important, it makes people understand and believe that they can do this. You don't have to be somebody special. Anybody can do this. You really can. And that truly is the joy of painting. When you produce something like this, you know what a pleasure it is to give someone a gift that you've produced yourself, or to hang it in your home and people come by and they say, you didn't do that. You didn't do that. People won't believe that you could paint like that, but you can. You really can. And every day, as I say, I see more and more evidences of it. Every day. Shoot, let's have fun. Maybe in our world, let's have another little watery spot right here. Just to break up the monotony a little. There, just a little white. Because we have some blue. Well, we can add a little phthalo blue to the brush if we want to, just to give it a little blue tone. Right there, okay. A little white. And then, once again, just pull across. And now we have another happy little pond right out here. And we can take our little grassy color and let's come right down and bring a little thing, little peninsula right off into there. That easy. You can just push that rascal right back in the distance. And just as many layers as you want of nice, beautiful areas down in here. Tell you what, while we have this old brush going, let's go right up here. There we are. And let's just put some little sparklers on these trees. They need some nice little highlights on them too. There. And all we're using is just the corner of the brush. Just the corner. There. We load it exactly the same way as we did to make the grassy areas down below. But all we're using is the corner and going in the direction that we want these little limbs to hang here. Touch a little bit of the bright red here, and let's put a little sparkler right in it. Ooh, that's nice. Like him. Maybe a little yellow ochre. We'll give him a little friend lives right there. And you can just vary these colors back and forth and put in all kinds of little things. All right, maybe on the other side over here, we'll give this tree some nice little highlights. Now I'm just using the opposite corner. There. Okay. But think about shape and form of your tree. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but That's probably the single most important thing when you're making these trees. It's more important than what you use to make them with, is the fact that you give them form and shape. There we are. And that's what's going to make your painting so special. And the other thing, try to leave some dark areas at the base of your tree. That gives the illusion of a big shadow underneath there. And it creates depth once again. Or if you feel that something's needed in there, make it something very dark, like a very, very dark green that you won't see so much. There, see my cat. All right, let's go back to our little fan brush here that has the Van Dyke brown on it. And we can just here and there put a little touch of the brown to give the indication of a little dirt down there. Let's have some fun. I like to do this. We'll take a little liquid white, a little bit of dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown. We're going to make a very thin paint here. Just the consistency of liquid white with a little bit of flavor in it. And we'll take our little filbert. We'll go right into Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, just mix them together. But a lot of color on each side of the brush, a lot of color. Then we'll go right down here and pull one side through this thin color. And let's put just the indication of some little stones that live. There's one out in the water that live out here in our world, wherever you want them. And we can come back, a little touch of the liquid white, go right in here, and just clean the bottom of them up some. There. But isn't that a sneaky little nice way of making some very effective little stones out here in your water? Tell you what, let's do. Let's take and pull the contact paper off and see what we have. All right. And you know me. I never leave well enough alone. I think today I'll just use the old fan brush that has the Van Dyke brown on it. And in our world, stand back and sort of look. I like to have something that sort of projects right out of the scene when we do these little ovals. I think that's neat. And maybe when you do yours, you don't want to have this big tree here. It's up to you. It's really up to you. I just sort of like these. Now let's put a little background material behind the tree. Just a dark color. Maybe there's a little bush back here. Maybe this little bush comes right over. That way it'll push everything back. How's that? Maybe it just sort of disappears into nothing. Whatever. Any way that you want it. Back to our old 2-inch brush that has the highlight colors on it. Put at least a little touch of paint thinner on the brush so the paint will be much thinner because we're getting in quite a few layers of color here. And as you know, the thin paint will stick to the thick paint. Thin to thick. And maybe there's another one here. Just all kinds of little bushes. Get a little more of the sap green. Let's just tap in some little grassy areas that just flow right down from there. Just like that. Now, sometimes it's fun to do little things. You have to make big decisions when you paint because you have unlimited power. See this tree right now? Do a close-up right here on this tree. It looks like it's behind those bushes. Now watch. By pulling this through, we just put the tree in front of the bushes. And we'll put him a big old root that hangs right out down there. Shoot, see what you can do? Now, let's take paint thinner. We'll go into Van Dyke brown with a lot of color there. A lot of color, very thin. Maybe he's got a little buddy, a little friend that's right there. Got a couple little arms on him, like that. There we go. There, just a little guy that lives here. Now sometimes it's fun, just load the liner brush with the Van Dyke brown and dark sienna mixture, and then pull just one side through a little bit of that liquid white with a little color in it, and you can make a nice Dang, it's already highlighted, that easy. And if you want to highlight the whole tree, we can take a little thin color on a liner brush. You can do it with a knife, whatever. And just blend it back so it gets darker, darker, darker as it works around the tree. Look at there. Isn't that sneaky? And it works so easy. You'll like it. There we are. Now then, a little more of the paint thinner. And let's just begin putting some nice little limbs off this. There we go. And you put as many or as few as you want in your world. Just sort of let them go. And this is where it really pays if you've got a little twitch in your hand. There. Because you can make all these beautiful little limbs and don't want them all just exactly straight. Limbs grow every which way. Let them grow. Let them go. Just wherever you want them. Maybe right there's old big one that comes right on off. There. Something like that. Okay, now let's go down here. Take a little of that Van Dyke brown. Let's just do this real quick. Take a little white, a little dark sienna. Come right down here and just barely touch it. Put the indication maybe of a little bit of grass down here. And we can just take a fan brush, finish this thing up, pop in a few little happy bushes right along the base here. And it makes one of the most interesting paintings. I hope you try this one because I know that you'll really like it. And when you show this one to people, they'll certainly get excited. Hope you've enjoyed this one. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless, my friend.
This program is brought to you by Northlight Books, publisher of over 200 how-to books and videos for fine artists and graphic designers, and by Langnickel, manufacturers of selected artist brushes.
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Let's do a fantastic little painting together. So tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And they'll come across as usual in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas up here. I use an 18 by 24, but you use whatever size is convenient. Now today, I've covered the entire canvas with a thin, and let me say that again, a thin, even coat of liquid clear. Now when you're using this clear, I say thin several times because you need such a very, very small amount. It's transparent, you can't see it. There's a tendency to put too much on, very little. Okay, and with that, let's just have a good time today. I'm going to take a little yellow ochre maybe. A little bit of yellow ochre. Let's just do a winter scene today that's very nice. I'll be right back. I'll get a little dark sienna mixed in with it. A little winter scene that is warm. Let's go up here. Sometimes winter scenes can become so cold they're almost unpleasant. So let's do one today that has a lot of just beautiful little things happening in it. And we'll just start out and use a 2-inch brush and just make little circles and little patterns. Just let all these little things just happen. There you go. This is a time to have fun. Just enjoy this. Just let it work and play. But try not to, I don't want to have just a dead old flat sky today. I want to have something that has movement and life in it, and it's interesting and it's fun. So by doing these little circles, going one way a while and then go the other way a while, look at what happens. Look at all the forms and shapes that are happening just automatically. Okay, a little more color. Put a little over in here. There. And try not to stay in one area and keep working it, because it'll just look like it's dead. It's not interesting. There we are. And this clear does not dilute the color. If you had liquid white on the canvas like we normally use, it would dilute the color because it would blend with it, and the white would continually mix. And today I thought we'd just do something where we don't mix color. All right. Maybe just a touch more color. We'll put a little something right up in here. All right. Boy, that is a fantastic way of making a very effective little sky. Now then. Now comes the fun part. Let's wash the old brush. If you've painted with me before, you know that's the most interesting part of this whole technique. And we wash our brushes, as usual, with odorless paint thinner. Just shake off the excess and cover everybody in about a 2-block radius. When you're doing this at home, you might want to get a little brush beater rack that you put down the bottom of a waste paper basket, and it'll save your happy home. Okay, now I'm just going to take a little bit of titanium white right on that same old 2-inch brush, just a little. We don't need much. And let's go up in here. And let's just start. Maybe this will be our light area. And let's just sort of bounce that around. Just bounce it around. Let it play. There. I'm using just the corner of the brush, though. Okay, now, sometimes it's nice to leave the sky like we had it a minute ago. Sometimes it's nice to take like this and add highlights to it. It's up to you. This piece of canvas is truly your world, and you can do anything here that makes you happy. It's such a fantastic day here. I thought I'd put a little bright spot in the sky, and I hope the painting brings a little brightness to your life when you do it. But we don't need a great deal. I just want a little, because I don't want to lose all these beautiful patterns that we have up here. There, a little more white. You can make this as bright as you want it, and the more you blend it, of course, the more the dark cyan and yellow ochre will mix in there and dilute it. Okay. Maybe just the least little touch right in here, just so there's a little contrast in there. Maybe in our world there's a little bit of light that zings right through that little cloud. Okay, now then very lightly, 2 hairs and some air, we can just blend that out. All right. And that makes a very, very effective little sky that you can do in just a couple of minutes. And once again, we get to wash the old brush. All right. Okay. I tell you what, let's do. Let's make a little lavender color. We'll use a little alizarin crimson, a little touch of the phthalo blue. Proportionately, much more of the blue than the crimson. Okay, I'm going to put a little white out here and dilute that color down. Just value it down. Ooh, that's a nice lavender color. All right, let me grab an old 2-inch brush here. Let's just take a 2-inch brush and tap the corner. I'm just going to tap the corner, see, right into a little bit of that color. We're not getting a great deal of paint on the brush. We can go up in here, and maybe in our world there lives just the indication of some very, very soft little bushes back in here. And all we're using is the top corner of the 2-inch brush. And with this, we can form basic shapes. And that's all we're looking for. I don't want these to be too distinct, because then they'll look like they're too close to us. And I want these to be far back in the distance. Very basic little shapes. All right, very good. Something about like that. And wherever you think this should be. And you can vary these a little bit. Some of them be a little darker than others. And the ones that are lighter like that, when the painting is finished, will look like they're much farther away. So if you put one in front of it that's a little darker, it'll help strengthen that illusion. All right. Sometimes we can even take the brush and just push sidewards like that. It'll make it look like a little tree that's far back in there. There we go. Maybe a little bit more of the color, a little darker one right here in the foreground. Whatever you want. Just let your imagination go when you're doing these. Okay. Now sometimes, I'll show you a little trick. Let me show you something that's a great deal of fun. Okay, let me get a clean brush. Sometimes it's fun to just dip just the corner of the brush, just the corner, into a little paint thinner. Because we have liquid clear up here. Paint thinner and liquid clear have almost a violent reaction when you put them together. And you can take and just flick a little paint thinner on there. Just like so. Let me get just a touch more. And you can do this with a fan brush or whatever. But everywhere that paint thinner touches, it'll begin to remove the paint, and these little dots will appear, and it looks like little leaves and stuff. They're way back here on your little trees and all that. But it's just a very neat little way of making a lot of effects very quickly, very easily, and people will go crazy trying to figure out how you've done this. Okay, but be careful that you don't get too much paint thinner. There, that should be about enough for what we're doing. Okay, isn't that sneaky? But try that, you'll be absolutely amazed, and it takes a couple of minutes. As this painting progresses, you'll begin to see these little spots appear. Okay, let's put another layer of little things in there. But for that, we'll use yellow ochre, be right back, and dark sienna. Just yellow ochre and dark sienna mixed together, like that. Let's go back up here. Now then, right in front of these lavender little bushes, I'm going to begin to just put in the indication of some happy little things that live right in here that are this color. Just varying the colors back and forth here. Back and forth. Little Indian yellow here and there. There. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the lavender. And all I'm doing, I'm not even cleaning the brush. I'm just sort of working back and forth. So you have all kinds of different little things happening in here. Add at least a little touch of the cad yellow. This is cadmium yellow. Make that a little bit brighter right here. Because here's our light source right above it. That way it's a little bit brighter right in there. Be careful with the cadmium yellow. It'll eat up your whole world here in a minute. We don't want too much of it. Going back to the lavender color. And if lavender and yellow get together, it just makes brown. And in this painting, that's wonderful. We don't mind at all. Don't mind at all. There. Now then. There's one that's a little bit lighter. But see all the different layers that you can create just with the top corner of a great big old brush. A little touch more of the Indian yellow there. That's gorgeous. And maybe back here in our world, let's have a few little tree branches and sticks and twigs, and for that we'll just use that same lavender color. What the heck? You can use anything that you like, but I think we'll just use that lavender. Little paint thinner, go into that and turn the brush. That brings it to a nice sharp point, loads the bristles full of paint, okay? Now maybe in our world there lives a little old tree right back there. There. Put some arms on him. There we go. Little sticks and twigs. Just wherever you think they should be. Let your imagination take you anywhere that you want to go. There we are. And put them in the different layers so that they're all in different planes. That helps separates the different planes in your painting. Get a touch more of the paint thinner. Maybe, let's put a big one right here. Now the paint thinner is going to react against the liquid clear that's on the canvas. And these will start turning whitish. So they'll look like they're highlighted without you hardly doing a thing. It will take a few minutes for that to happen as the paint thinner and the clear begin to react. Use this reaction to your advantage. can make some fantastic things. A little darker color, who knows, maybe there's a, oh, there we are, old bent one that goes right over like that. If you've painted with me before, you know I don't like all my trees to just be perfectly straight. I like trees that have character, and I like trees that are like people. They're all different and they're all wonderful. There we are. You just sometimes have to look for the good, but it's there. It's always there. All right. Maybe on the other side we'll have a couple over here. I'm going to add the least little touch of dark sienna to that too. So we just change the flavor a little maybe. Or you could add a little of the Van Dyke brown, whatever. Just so we have some variety here. I don't want all of my little trees to look exactly the same. There's one. And however many you want. You could even take a little of the titanium white, thin it down. In here and there, we have one that's white, because there are always a lot of little white sticks and twigs in the woods. Okay, good. Now then, maybe down in here, tell you what, let's do. Let's take a little alizarin crimson, little phthalo blue. I'm just making some more lavender is all I'm doing. But I'm just making it on the brush because I'm about out. And let's just put some color down here, right on top of the clear. This will just end up being, well, maybe we'll have snow and this will be shadows. Or if you wanted to have water, this could end up being your water. But I think today I'll just have some snow there. We'll grab another 2-inch brush. I'm going to go into just pure titanium white, nothing else. Pure old titanium white. And we'll start back here and just begin laying in some snow. I'm going to bring this snow all the way up here. And while I'm doing that, I want to share with you one of the most fantastic little creatures that you've ever seen, because this will all be just the same. This is a little deer that Diana Schaefer there brought here to the station for us to see. She's the bird lady here in Muncie. This deer was found right outside of Muncie in a farmer's field, and it had been orphaned. And Diana has raised this little deer, and today it's been set free, and he really is doing fantastic. But I had such a good time with this little fellow. I spent several hours just playing with him, and I thank Diana for sharing that with us. He is absolutely gorgeous. We didn't even name him, but it always looks like Bambi to me when I see a little deer. But isn't he something? That has to be one of the most gorgeous creatures God has ever made. I'd like to take him home and just keep him as a pet. But that's not what he's meant to be. He's meant to be free. As I say, he's already been turned loose. This was shot about 3 months ago. There. But isn't he the most beautiful little thing? I get to watching the deer. I have a monitor here. I get watching a deer and quit painting. Anyway, all I'm doing here is just taking titanium white. Pay attention to the angles, though. Angles are very important when you're doing snow. All I want to do is make it look like there's a little place right in here like that. And by paying attention to the angles, see how easy that is to do? And already you see the illusion of distance coming through here. There we are. Okay. Okay, we could take, we'll use a fan brush, what the heck. I'm going to get some of those same colors. Dark sienna, yellow ochre, a little bit of cad yellow, a little Indian yellow. Just mix them together. I always like to mix color on the brush. That way you have a variety of colors in the brush. It's just not one dead old color. So we can go up here, and here and there, and there and here. I'm going to add a little white. That's too dark. Oh, it's much better. There. See, now we can begin putting some little things here that breaks up that straight line. Looks like little weeds that are growing right out here. Just push up with a fan brush. All you have to do. Just push upward with a fan brush. There. Wherever you think they should be. Now we'll take another fan brush, and I have several going. Just plain titanium white, and we can clean these edges up right here. Just grab it, pull it. Be sure to follow the same angles though. but that easy. Snow is one of the easiest things to paint in this method. No problem. When I was a traditional painter, I used to labor over things like snow and reflections. My gosh, reflections are one of those things that just drove you crazy. In this technique, it is absolutely the easiest thing there is to do. There. And then we can take a little bit more of that lavender that we had on the liner brush, and maybe here and there put the indication of some little sticks and twigs that live right out in here. They don't all live in the background. Some live up here a little closer. Okay, shoot, you know me. You know me. This is such a beautiful spot. I'd have to have me a little cabin out here, and this is where I'd like to stay. You can stay out here and watch that little deer grow up. All right, let's start with a little bit of Van Dyke brown on the knife. First decision we have to make is, where is our cabin going to live? I think today we'll put a little cabin right here. Start a little Van Dyke brown, and we'll paint the back eave of the little cabin first. Then we'll load the knife full of titanium white, and there's snow on our roof, so we'll put in the other side of the roof. That easy. Maybe our cabin's going to be about there. But see how easy it is? Just drop that little rascal right in there. Now, we just come back, and we'll put some wood in here for the front. And I'm just still using Van Dyke brown. This is just a base color. We'll come back and highlight it a little bit. Just touch and pull. Touch it and pull. All we're doing is just blocking in color right here. Okay, a little bit right here. There we are. Now I'm going to take white and dark sienna and a little bit of the Van Dyke all mixed together, but not over mixed. I want it left marbled like that. A very small roll of paint. Then we can go up here and with no pressure, just touch and pull down. No pressure though, no pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Let the paint break. Make the wood look old. Then you can play back and forth. You want a little shadow up here, you can take a little dark, pull down, see there? That wood looks so old, it's unreal. Now maybe take some more of the Van Dyke brown. Maybe we have in our cabin, maybe there's a door right there. So, gotta have a way to get in. Maybe this is a spectacular cabin. Maybe it has a window right here. And we can do that. Just take a little of the brown, lay in. Shoot, who knows? We take the small knife. It's just the right size. Over here, maybe there's another window. We can have as many windows in our cabin as we want. Shoot. Take a little light color, just sort of outline this so it stands out. There. Okay. Same over here, just a little highlight so it looks like a little light's playing across the window there. Shoot, you can get crazy and put curtains in there if you want to. Now then, we can take a little of the Van Dyke brown and make the indication of old boards just by touching. Just by touching. Now, time to get our proportions correct. So we just take the knife and do a cabinectomy. So you can cut that old cabin off anywhere you want it. Just like so. Fan brush, a little bit of titanium white, and we can bring that snow right up to the door. Right up to the door. Sometimes it's nice, if you want to be sneaky, take a touch of that little dark lavender here, a little bit. Make the indication, maybe somebody's walked in and out of here a couple of times. Just the indication of a little path that goes up in there. There hadn't been many people here, so I don't want to do a whole bunch. If you had a lot of people living here, and that little deer would go away, and we want to keep him. All right, let's take a little bit of dark sienna, a little bit of yellow ochre, tap it together here, and let's go right up in here, right up here, and just tap in the indication of some little bushes that live on this side. There we are. See? Maybe they come, I don't know. Maybe this little bush comes right down here. This guy may be like me, and he didn't cut the yard very often, and it's growing up over. I'm not a very good yard keeper. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Maybe over here on the other side. We need something to fill this up. Let's just take, still just using the top corner of the old 2-inch brush. You can do fantastic things with very few brushes if you just practice and make friends with them a little bit. Now I'm going back to the yellow ochres and Indian yellow, a little touch of cad yellow here and there, and also here and there a little bit of titanium white, just so you can see different layers, just to lighten. Okay, something like so. Maybe down like that. When you do yours, just sort of look at it and you'll see things happening in it. Use those little things that happen. Don't fight them. Take a little white on the 2-inch brush. Put a little indication of snow right there. There. See, it'll push all that back in there. Same thing on the other side. Maybe this snowbank comes right down like that. Who knows? Only you do. Only you do. In your world, you're the only one who knows. Okay, good. Okay, see there? But that easy. And then like before, we can take the little fan brush and just tap in some little grassy areas that are living right out here. Some over on this side too. Just a few. Another fan brush with white, just like before. Clean up the bottom. And a little over here. All right. I think it's time to have some fun. You know me. I like those big trees. Let's go into Van Dyke Brown, Dark Sienna. Just mix them together on the brush. It doesn't matter. And maybe in our world, here we go. I get letters sometimes. People say, you had the most beautiful painting, and then you put that big old tree in it, and I don't like it anymore. But when you're doing your painting, that's the beauty of this. If you don't want a big tree in your world, leave it out. That's the beauty. That's why we don't do any tracings here, or we don't do any drawing. When we're teaching our instructors, that's one of the things that we emphasize. We want to teach people creativity, not just a copy. Not just a copy. That's very important to me, that you learn creativity, because it makes you feel good in here. I'll take a little dark sienna and white, mostly white, and just tap right along this edge here and put the indication of a little highlight on this old tree. But I like to tap this because it looks fuzzy, and to me a lot of times, especially evergreens, look fuzzy, and the edges and the bark are all ragged. If you want a straight tree, just pull it straight down or make it with a knife. I just happen to like those kind of trees. Now, paint thinner. Get a little more paint thinner. Go right into those same 2 browns. Make the paint thin like ink. And let's go right up in here. And maybe in our tree there's a big old limb. Hangs right down like that. There he is. See? Put him some little arms out here. Maybe this is an old evergreen tree, and they have just a lot of little sticks and twigs and things that hang off of them. There. Okay, see all those little rascals? Maybe there's a big old limb. Lives right there. But think like a tree when you're doing this. If you were a tree, where would you want an arm? Maybe something like so. As many or as few as you want. There, look at all them old rascals. Maybe this one comes up and goes around. Whatever. But isn't that a fantastic little painting? It's a good way to use the liquid clear. Try it. I think you'll really enjoy it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you are. Tell you what, let's get right on it today. Let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've got done up here already. I thought today we'd do the little opening that you see, the painting that the little painter man is wiping off with a big brush. And I want to show you how that one was made. So I've taken just a plain old 18 by 24 inch canvas, and I've picked up some masking tape here, laying around the studio here, and I've just put one square here and one square there of just masking tape. That's all it is. Then I've covered the whole canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. So it's all ready to go. So let's just have a good time. Let's start out today with a small amount of yellow ochre. Very, very small amount on the 2-inch brush. Now this won't be an exact duplicate of what you see on the opening, but it's close enough you'll see exactly how it was made, and then you can do your own at home. But just paint right over the masking tape, just like it wasn't even there. Just like so. We had a little bit of yellow up here in the sky. There. About like that. That's all we're looking for. And this is just plain yellow ochre. But it's blending with a liquid white that's already on the canvas, and all these fantastic hues happen automatically. Okay, tell you what. I'm going to grab another brush. I have several of them, so I don't have to spend all my time washing brushes. And go right into a small amount of the Midnight Black. Don't need much, just a little. Just a little. Okay, let's go back up here now. Now over here, we'll just take that black, and we'll just begin on the other side of the sky. Now, once again, this also is going to mix with a liquid white, and the black, of course, is going to become gray. So we have a gray sky with a little bit of yellow in it. And that's all that's in that sky that you see in the opening. I like that opening. That little painter man is so cute. That was the idea of a special friend that works here at the station, Jerry Morton. He put that thing together for us. He's very talented, and I thank him for doing that. There. Okay, just blend these together so you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. That's all we're looking for. And then very lightly go across the entire canvas. And that just removes the brush strokes. Maybe we'll blend a little more right there. Okay, great. Something like so. Now then, okay, let me wash the old brush here. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. Oh, I've got to show you something here. I have to show you this. A gentleman made this for me. This is a cane that he carved, and it is unreal. But he's actually put an image of old Bob on the end of it here. And this was done by Mike Weaver. He's one of our certified instructors in Missouri. But as you can see, he's talented in many ways. But that's really a fantastic cane, isn't it? I think he's trying to tell me something. Okay, let's keep going here. We'll take a little of the black, put a little mountain in here, a little black, a little touch of phthalo blue in there. Maybe even a little alizarin crimson. Pull it out very flat, cut across, get our little roll of paint. Now, these little squares, we're going to play some games here with different planes. So I'm going to have a mountain that projects above this, right here, and comes down. Something like so. But I'm going to stop it right here at this piece of tape. There. I'm going to let that come right on down, like so. Here's another peak right here. Just wherever you think a little peak should live. That's exactly where it should be. Right on down. And we'll stop it right there at that piece of tape. Okay, a little color right into there. Now we can take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and just grab that and pull it, just like we normally do to make a mountain. There. But I want to be careful not to let that color go past the tape. Now, if you like this painting, you can certainly do it without the tape, and it's still a beautiful painting. Or you can make your own designs. These designs are very interesting and people like them. Try them. It's very simple. You can do it with tape or contact paper, just any old thing that'll stick to the canvas. Okay. Now, let's just take some titanium white. We'll pull that out very flat. Cut across, get our little roll of paint again. Always have that little roll of paint. Now we can go up in here and just start laying on some highlights right on this mountain. Barely touching. Barely touching. Just graze the canvas. As I've mentioned before, when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I used to tell him just to pretend that he was a whisper, just floating right across the mountain. It's that light. It's that delicate of a touch. You ought to see what kind of mountains he's painting today. Well, you might have saw him on some of the previous shows. Does some fantastic mountains. He does better mountains than I do. Don't tell him I said that. Let's take a little white, a little bit of phthalo blue mixed together. We'll use that for a shadow color. Okay, I'll just take a little edge. Maybe we can go up in here, and maybe I'll just sort of pull downward a little bit, make the indication of some little ridges back here. Sometimes it's fun to play little games in your mountains. Then we can come back here, just let all these little things happen. Little touch up in here, just so we can see a little. Now we know there's tape there. Nothing's going to show, so we don't care. We'll just bring that right across. There. And wherever we need a shadow, then we can just lay it in. Little touch right in there. We'll push that little rascal right back. That easy. That easy. On this canvas, you have unlimited power. You can do anything here. You can change your world. Anything. Little white, we just play some games back and forth. Let that just sort of float in there. Wherever. Now we take a clean and very dry 2-inch brush. That's what all that beating was. I was just making sure it was dry. And then very gently lift upward. That'll help create that illusion of mist down at the base of the mountain. Over here, this direction, and lift upward. Sometimes you can grab just a little bit of that and pull it. Looks like a little light has spilled over. It's quite pretty. There. Okay. Now then, we're ready to start putting some little footy hills in. So for that, we'll just use that same old mountain color. Same old mountain color with be right back, a little bit of white in it. Just want to lighten it up. But it's the same basic color. There, let's go right up here. Very simple little foothill. We just have it come right on down, down. Maybe right along there. All we're doing is tapping with a corner. Now, but watch, come back over this way. Watch right here. See, I'm going to let this go into this plane. Notice the mountain stops here, but this one is going to come through this plane and on over. This is about as close to an abstract painting as I've ever done on television. Of course, I make some mistakes at home, and we call those abstracts, but this is the first one we've done intentionally. I normally don't do paintings that I have to explain. There. Okay. Now, let's have a little water down here while we have this color on here. We can just come right in here, put in the indication of a little bit of water floating around. Something like so. There. And this is just basic old mountain color. Okay, a little bit on the other side over here. And I'm going to keep right in here. I'm going to keep it inside of this border. There. And maybe down here we'll let it slip out. Something like that. But just play games with different planes in your painting. And you'll be surprised at what you can create. You'll absolutely be amazed. Now then, same color. We'll pull a little of that straight down. Straight down. That'll end up being our reflections under that little foothill back there. Gently across. That easy. Instant reflections. That's sneaky, isn't it? There. A little bit of the liquid white. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. And then take a knife and just cut across. That's all there is to it. Then go up here and act just like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. And this whole canvas is tough. You're not going to hurt it. Not going to hurt it, I don't think. If you get out the butcher knife from the kitchen, you certainly can. But this knife is dull. You're not going to hurt it. And right on over into here, too. We want it to be all the way over. Okay. Now, got to mix up a little more color here. We'll use black, some phthalo blue. Maybe I'll put a little Prussian blue in there, too. I'm going to begin darkening this blue down. Put a little alizarin crimson in there. Something like so. At least a little touch of sap green. All right. Okay, let me wipe the old knife. And then, shoot, let's get crazy. Maybe we'll use a 1-inch brush today. Fan brush would work just as well, but since I have it, let's use it. And let's go in here. Now this one stopped at that plane. Let's have this group of little distant trees. They're bigger, closer to us. If I remember, they come right down something like so. And we'll have these work their way. Whew, there they go. Right on up and right off the canvas. So now each plane of the painting, each layer of the painting has stopped at a different point within this tape. And that's one of the things that makes this painting so interesting when people look at it. And I guarantee you, if you paint this one, people will look at it. There, pull that down a little. Now, I want to create mist right at the base. So all you have to do is just tap. Tap it, tap it, tap it all the way across and lift upward, upward, upward. And that'll create the illusion of mist. Now then, let's take, I'm going to add to that same color we just had some brown. A little bit of brown, a little bit more of the black, so it's a very dark color. Okay, tap a little of that in there. Now I want to have some land areas here. I think the one that you see in that opening has land areas that come right out like that. So we put some dark in, only so our light will show. You have to have dark in order to show light. It's just like in life. If you don't have a little sadness in your life, you don't know when the happy times come. There. You know, while I'm doing this is very repetitious. I'm just going to be putting in some dark areas. I want to share a piece of video with you from a young friend that is just unreal. This may be one of the youngest painters that I've run into. And this young man's name is Earl Glenn Russell. And he comes to us out of Springfield, Missouri. And he is just a fantastic little painter. I had the pleasure of having dinner one night with Earl and his mother when I was there. And they're some of the loveliest people I've ever met in my whole life. And this painting introduces you to so many new friends. And Earl and his mother are just two of many people that I've had the opportunity to meet just through painting. There. Okay, but isn't that little rascal good? I mean, he can paint. All I'm doing is just making some reflections in here while you're doing that. Look at that finished painting. And if I remember, I think Earl is 9 years old now, going on 40. Isn't he something? I am so proud of that young man. All I've done is just tap in a little dark color here. Trying to remember basically where we had things. Maybe that came down about like that. Somewhere in there. But notice, as we're doing this, we're putting the reflections with each layer. Because if I didn't pull this down before I did this part, it would mess up that, of course. So each layer, pull your reflections down just like so before you do the next layer. And that way it'll work so much easier. There. Now we can come back, put in all kinds of little things in here. Something like that. I think it came right on out right there. Okay. Now then, we'll just use that same old brush. We can go right into a little of the cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and then I'll hit a little touch of the bright red. But mix the color on the brush so you have a multitude of colors happening right there in your brush. Okay, let's go back up here. Now, we'll put some nice green highlights right out here on this little peninsula that jets out into the water. Just tap, tap, tap. Now then, watch. Let's play some games. Sometimes it's fun. We'll use number 3 fan brush today. Let me pile my color up. If your color gets too flat on the palette, you have to sort of pile it up so you can load a brush. So if you ever have trouble loading the brush, yet you know there's enough paint, just put it in a pile, and then you can load your brush. Otherwise, you just polish your palette. There. Okay, let's go right in here and make it look like there's some trees that just go right out like that. But you have to put that grassy area back in here first, then put your trees, and then come back and put your next layer so that it looks like there's layers. And that's what'll make your painting stand out and be special. All right, now then, back to our big brush with all the little grassy things on it. We can come right back in here. See there? And begin laying in all kinds of little areas. There. But you can make it just as soft as a meadow. Okay, now then, let's have some fun. Got to mix up some more color. Let's use some Prussian blue, some black, alizarin crimson, and sap green. Sounds good. Might as well mix up a pretty good pile of paint. We're going to use it before this one's finished. Get a big fan brush. It's time we got strong here. There. Okay, just fill the brush up full of color. A lot of color. Now then, we have to make some big decisions here. I think right here, we will have a nice evergreen tree. And I'm intentionally letting this go right over the tape so that when we pull the tape off, you'll only see part of the tree. Maybe we'll give him a friend. You know me. Think everybody needs a friend. There. And as I say, that's one thing that painting has done. As Annette and I have traveled around the country and teaching people, we have made so many fantastic friends that have been with us for so long now. And that might truly be the joy of painting, is the friends that you make doing it. I'm going to take, well, I won't tell you what. I was about to leave his trunk out. Poor little old thing would fall over from weakness. Take a little dark cyan and white, a little roll of paint, and our little evergreen tree here. Let's just put at least a little indication of a tree trunk. There. Now then, have dark green on here, the little brush. It doesn't matter which brush you use, I just happen to pick it up. Put a few little highlights on this rascal here. There. All right. Now then, let's take some Van Dyke brown on the old knife, and let's go right in here and put some banks underneath this grass. Just some little banks. Wherever. Maybe there's a lot of dirt showing right there. There. And wherever. We can go ahead and put some down in here too, because we know it's going to end up being there. And here and there, maybe there's going to be some dirt up in here. Wherever. Doesn't much matter. A little touch of brown and white. And we can just tip that a little. Just to make it look like rocks and dirt. There. All kinds of little things are happening. There they are. There. Okay. Now I'm going to take my fan brush that has the green on it. And go back in here and pop in a little bush here and there. Just enough to sort of break up that edge and bring all that together. Maybe there's some nice bushes right here in front of those little trees. You can take the knife, scrape in a few little sticks and twigs. And sometimes I scratch down, sometimes I scratch up. Just depends on what kind of mood I'm in. But you'll find by touching it and pulling up, you'll get a sharper point on the end. There, if that makes sense. Let's go, we'll use a 1-inch brush. Maybe we have a big bush. If I remember correctly, it lives right about here. So we just throw some dark in so our light will show. Push upward with the 1-inch brush to create all those little leafy feelings. I'm going to take another 1-inch brush, dip it in liquid white. I'm going to go through the cad yellow, be right back, get a little sap green, pull the brush in one direction, loading it fully. A lot of paint. Look at all the paint. A lot of paint in that brush. Let's go up here. Now, gently push upward, just gently, gently, and turn the brush to form all these individual little limbs and branches. Don't just push them all in one direction. They'll look like you're lazy. There. Okay, we can change the flavor just a little bit with some yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow. Put another little thing right in there. Just wherever. Go back to the old 2-inch brush that had all the greens on it. And maybe tap in just the indication. Some little grassy areas back in there. Come right down here. Somewhere like in there. Now, let this one come right on out. Wherever you want it. And once again, this is not an exact duplicate of what you see at the beginning of the show, but it will show you exactly the way it was made. And it may turn out better than the ones you see at the beginning of the show. Who knows? Okay, we can take a little paint thinner, a little brown, make it thin like ink. And we had, let's see here, right here we'll have a nice little tree. It lives right up there. There he goes. In fact, there was 2 of them. The other one goes right on over there somewhere. And then we can put all kinds of little limbs and sticks and twigs and whatever you want on here. There we go. That's nice when you have a lot of time and you can just sit and put all kinds of little branches and sticks on here. That's so pretty. There. A little bit more of the thinner. Make that one a little fatter because he's the big guy. Give this one a little more body and we're in business. There we go. Now then, let's have some fun. I think it's time to take the tape off and see what we have here. All right, grab the old tape and just pull it right off there. Okay, now we'll come back. Let's get the second one. Grab it. Pull it right off. And isn't that neat? Already we have all that stuff there done. Okay. There we go. Tape gets stuck on everything. Now we can have some fun. Now I like taking the liner brush, once again make that paint very thin. And let's go back over, and I want to pull one of these trees through this line. It just sort of makes it interesting. Everybody will be interested in this when you do it this way. It's so different. There. And then, now this one, I don't want to come through this one, but over here, I'm going to bring it through. If that makes any sense at all. So it looks like this one is behind that line. There. All right. Now then, you know me and my big trees here. Let's take the old fan brush, fill it up full of that dark color, and go right up here. I think there was a large tree that lived, boy, he does now, right there. And just start corner of the brush, working back and forth. There. Now the one that we show at the opening has a naked spot right there. He didn't grow any fur right there. That's why they call them fir trees. Okay. Right on down. Let him go. And all we're doing is putting in some background color right now. Now then, he had a friend that lived right there. There we go. See? And I'm going to let him project right out clean over where the tape was. So that'll push everything back. This whole painting is a game of planes. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. You'll enjoy it. Tap in a little bit of dark stuff here. We can go back. Put the least little touch of highlight on this big old tree. A little green and yellow. That's all we're using. Something like that. Take our 1-inch brush, dip it in the liquid white, go through our yellows and greens. And let's just make a happy little bush or two down here. And we got it there. See, a little touch of the yellow ochre here and there just to break it up. There we are. But isn't that a fantastic little painting? Guarantee you, if you do this one, it will certainly get people's attention. They will love it. And I think with that, we're going to call this one finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. We're certainly glad you could join us today. And today I thought we'd just do a fantastic little painting that I hope you'll enjoy. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And as usual, they'll come across in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. And they'll put them right about there. All right, come on up here, let me show you what I've got done already. Today, I've taken and cut a little oval out of some contact paper or any kind of adhesive back paper, and just stuck it on the canvas. Then we've covered the whole inside here with just a very thin, even coat of the liquid white. So it's all slick and wet and it's ready to go, so let's just have a good time. Tell you what, today's such a wonderful day. Let's just take and make a happy little painting. We'll use a little bit of yellow ochre. We'll start with that. And let's go up in here and let's just very quickly put in a very beautiful little sky. It's very easy. Nothing to it. Just make little crisscross strokes like so. Something like that. I don't want a lot of color in this sky. I want this sky to sort of be, nondescript. Just very, very quiet little sky. Maybe we will get a little bit crazy. You know me. I like a little bit of action. I'm going to take a little touch of alizarin crimson. Very, very small amount. I can't say that enough. I just want to warm it up a little right about in there. Just the smallest amount possible. There we go. Now then, let's go into, I didn't even wash the brush yet. We'll go into Midnight Black. Just load a little of that on that old 2-inch brush. Just tap the bristles right into a little bit of the color. And let's go up in here, and maybe right in here, we'll just put a little of that black color. And as that gets with the liquid white that's already on the canvas, we have a beautiful gray color there. And maybe in our world, now I'm making little circles just using the corner of the brush. Maybe there's some little floater clouds that's gray that just sort of live right in here. Just little floaters. They just hang around here and have a good time all day. Okay, I have several brushes growing. So let me grab another one. We take a clean brush now, and I just want to blend this right here. Just blend it and soften it. So it just sort of just sits there very gently. Doesn't scream at you, it just sits there. But now in your world, if you would like to make that more distinct or brighter, please do. Because, as you know, on this piece of canvas you can do anything that you want to do. And that's what you should do. It should make you happy. Painting should make you happy. All right, well, you know me, I like water. So while we got this old brush going, I'm going to take a little touch of the phthalo blue and the least little touch of the phthalo green mixed into it. Not much. That green is very, very strong. Just a little. And maybe in our world maybe we'll have a little water down here somewhere. I don't really know at this point. Then again, by the time we get down here, we may change our mind and take the water out. We can do that. We can do that. As I've mentioned before, when you buy your first tube of paint, you get an artist's license, and it says you can do anything that you want to do on this piece of canvas. All right, let's wash the brush. That's the fun part of this. We wash our brushes in odorless paint thinner, and be sure it's odorless, or you'll be very unpopular. Shake it, and then just beat the devil out of it. Beat the bristles against any firm object. For home use, though, I really recommend that you look into a little brush beater racket you can put in the bottom of a garbage can. It will save your marriage. Let's take a little black, maybe a little Prussian blue, very strong blue. We'll just mix those together. Cut off a least little roll of paint, very small roll where it lives right on the edge of the knife. Now come right up in here and let's decide, maybe today, let's really practice on a mountain. I get so many requests for mountains, even though we do quite a few of them. People love mountains. It seems to be the most popular thing that I get requests for. All right, maybe there's a big valley right down in here. I don't know, whatever. There we go. There, we have a valley there. We could have another little bump in there. Anything that you like. There we are. Okay, something like that. Now then, let's take the old 2-inch brush. We'll grab that and pull it. This does two things. Removes excess paint, and it starts creating that illusion of mist down at the base of the mountain. That illusion of mist. That's what makes your mountain so beautiful. It just looks like it's floating in all that mist. There. But the removal of the excess paint will make the next step much, much easier, because we're going to put some highlights on there. There we are. Already it looks misty down at the base, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. And I'll wash the old brush again. If you hadn't figured out, I just like to wash the brush and watch the camera crew's reaction when they dodge. All right, let's take some white. I'm going to put the least little touch of some dark sienna in there. I just want a hint. Cut across, a little roll of paint. And let's go up in here. No pressure. No pressure at all. And let's just begin forming our mountain. And this is where you make all the little highlights and all the beautiful little things that happen in your mountain. And you can have this mountain go anywhere that you want it to go. Anywhere. Just like so. That little touch of dark sienna in there is just enough, though, to make it very nice. Be careful not to overdo. Don't overdo. Sometimes these things get working nice and we get carried away and just cover up everything. All right. Maybe there's just a little touch. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take some white, put a little touch of phthalo blue. That's too much. Don't want that much. There, that's better. And a little bit of Van Dyke brown in it, just to dull it down. Just to dull that color down some. There we are. little roll of paint, as usual, and we'll go right in here and just begin putting in some beautiful little shadow areas, just like so. But think about form and shape here. How do you want this thing to be? There. Okay, maybe right in here we need a little something. Not much though. I want that to stay pretty dark in there. That's a deep crevasse in there. Okay, over in here. There. There it comes. Maybe this one just wraps right around and comes right in there. I don't know. Let's see, it makes that mountain look like it's sort of standing up. And we'll put a few little things over here. This is back with the white that has a little bit of dark cyan in it. And we're just going to sort of play these back and forth. However, there. Little hint up here. I don't want a lot back here. It's too far away. Keep him in the background somewhere. And we'll come right along in here. Maybe. Shoot, I don't know. Maybe that comes right on out there. Wherever you want it. This is an excellent exercise in painting mountains. It'll really make you feel comfortable with mountains if you'll devote a little time to a painting like this. Because by the time you do this one, mountains will never give you any more problems. There. Okay, maybe. Oh, we'll do a little right in there too. What the heck? Not a lot in there. Go back to our white. It's got a little brown in it. There. Come right back in here. Now, you may find the little knife works much better for getting into some of these areas that are small like this. Just sort of an individual thing. There we go. Just let those little things just play and think about shape and form and how you want this to be. Now with a clean, dry, 2-inch brush, I'm going to blend a lot of this together just by tapping, being very careful to follow the angles that we put in this mountain. Even in here, I want to take the brush very lightly. Don't want to destroy, I just want to blend it together. See how gentle that is? I mean, that's a half a hair and some air. If that gives you an idea of how gentle. Just barely graze the top. You can soften all of that. That's why I wasn't too worried about it when I put it on. Okay, and then over here. But isn't that just absolutely fun? That's a pretty mean looking old mountain. All right, now we have this little mountain. Maybe in our world, we have some great big foothills that live back here. So we'll use some black. Oh, a little touch of the Prussian blue. I'm going to reach up here and get a little sap green. Maybe even a little brown and crimson in there. We'll just put everything in there. Then a little white, because I want to value this down to where it's color about like that. And it's sort of a greenish gray color. Today, let's have some fun with the old oval brush. It's easy to tell because it's the only brush we have that has a black handle. And I made that one black so it'd be easy to identify. But as you can see, the end of it's sort of round. It's like a huge filbert brush, only it's like one of our 1-inch brushes. Now then, I like this brush because it makes beautiful little roundy hill type things just by tapping down. There. Just think about the shape that you want. Put it in there. Drop it in there. There's not a great deal of paint on here. It might look like there's a lot of paint, but there's really not a lot of paint. Just enough to stain the canvas. There. Isn't that fantastic? I knew you could do it. Maybe this one goes all the way up here. I don't know. Wherever you want it. There. Okay. Sometimes I get carried away and just let these things cover up half the canvas. So when you do yours, be a little more careful than I am. Sometimes, let's say sometimes I let it get out of hand because it's fun. And even though I've probably painted, I don't even know how many paintings, 20, 30,000 paintings now, maybe more. I still get a fantastic charge out of just watching it happen. It still amazes me. It's still fun. I don't think painting is one of those things that you ever get tired of or ever gets old to you. Now then, I'm going to take my old 2-inch brush and just pull some of that down, and that'll give us a little reflection already. Something like that. And by making this higher than these sides, it gives the impression that that lake goes back. And I guess that's a lake back there. Makes it look like it goes back. It has distance. Then we go across. Instant reflections. That easy. All right. I have several of these little oval brushes, so I'm going to grab another one, put a little liquid white on it, go into some yellow, just cad yellow. I'll reach up here, be right back, and get the least little touch of the phthalo green. It's a very bright green. Be careful with it. Ooh, it'll eat up your whole world in a heartbeat. Put a little yellow ochre in there to dull it down a little. Now, just tap the brush. There you are. And we'll go up here. And now we have to start picking out little individual hills back in here. Just go right in here with that oval brush. It'll make them almost automatically. And just tap. Gently, gently tap. And we want to get darker, 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 darker. So do the tops while the brush is fresh. While you have good, clean color on there, do the tops first. And then work your way down. And that way, automatically, it'll pick up the darker color underneath and get duller and duller. And that's what we want. We want to get darker, darker, darker as it works down. Okay, now then, maybe there's another one that lives right here. See, by changing the flavor or the color a little bit, we can literally break them apart, make it look like there's several layers here. There we go. And then just pick out little individual things, take it wherever you want it. And every time you want it to stand out, put a little lighter color in there maybe, like that. And then it jumps right out at you. And then get darker, darker, darker down toward the base again. It's most important. If it doesn't get darker, then you can't put a lighter color against it and make it show up. See? Watch, I'll take a little lighter color. And that easy. We can put another one in there. There. Okay, over here on the other side, let's do the same thing right in here. Don't want this side left out. You want some little highlights too, but back in here I'm just going to let it fade into nothing. I think in my world I might put some trees over there. Gotta have some somewhere. I like trees. There. Okay. All kinds of little doers. Maybe this one comes on out here somewhere. But look at all the layers in there. Just tiny little foothills. All right. Okay, a little bit of the liquid white right on the tips of the brush there. Just want to highlight like there's some light just really zinging right through. Just hitting a few things. As I say, it's just a tiny bit of liquid white right out on the tips of the bristles. But don't overdo or it'll lose its effectiveness. Just a few. Just a few. Now then, maybe, you know me, let's get crazy. Let's take a little liquid white, and maybe right up in here in our world, there lives a tiny little waterfall. I love waterfalls, so let's just put a little one back in here. Way back in the distance somewhere. And then we'll just let that just sort of come out from there. We'll just take a liner brush and we put a little paint thinner with it to thin it down a little more. So it'll slide over the top. There, see? If it doesn't slide, add a little paint thinner. That's all you got to do. And that easy. That easy. We have a little waterfall that lives back here. Just has a super time under that mountain. Maybe that's snow melting off the mountain. Flowing down here in our little lake, pond, whatever it is. Body of water. There we go. All right, that's basically about all we need in that water. All right, Let me clean off a spot. Even with a palette this big, I run out of room sometime. That's a messy painter. You know, I got a letter the other day from a lady who wanted to know if she had to put out this much paint to paint my method of painting. And I wrote her back and told her, no, you really don't. I have to put out this much paint because I have a mean director here. And if I run out of paint, she has no sense of humor. She come over here and hurt my body if I have to stop and put paint. But at home, you can always add more color. I put a lot of paint out here so I don't have to stop in the middle of a show and add paint. That's all. That's all. It's like people ask sometimes, they say, I bought a palette and it doesn't look like yours. The only reason is I take sandpaper and I dull this so it doesn't shine. Same as we paint the knives black. We cover all the brush furrows with tape. But it's the same thing you have. Okay, let's take our old fan brush. Go right into that good dark color. And let's build us some nice trees. I like evergreen trees and they're fun to make. And one lives right there in our world. And we take the corner of the brush. We're just going to work him back and forth and let him just work his way right on down to about there. And he needs a friend, so we'll give him another one. Maybe there's a whole herd of trees back here. So what you call a bunch of trees, or maybe it's a flock of trees. I don't know. A lot of trees anyway. Stand of trees, that's what they call it. There, a few little ones that just live in between. There's one. Okay, maybe shoot over in here. Let's just put the indication of a few. And we'll pick out a few of those and put some little branches on it. That'll make the rest of them look like there's just a lot of little trees behind back here. Give this one a few little arms. Sometimes when you're doing little trees, you can do little tricks like just making a stem, take the corner of the brush, grab it, and flick out a few little limbs. And then when you paint other things over it, close to it, those show, and it looks like there's a very delicate little tree back in there too. And it makes your life easier. There. Shoot, we better. I tell you what, let's get crazy. Let's have a big old tree that lives right there. Big old tree. I like a big strong tree here and there. There he comes, right across our mountain. Oh, that's all right. We know he's back there. And you learned how to do it, so it's not wasted time. There. I change my mind so many times when I'm doing a painting. I don't try to leave spaces open. I just paint the background, then I paint the foreground. And I make up my mind as I go. That way, I'm not committed. And if I make a mistake, nobody knows it but me. We don't make mistakes. Let's take a little brown and white. Little brown and white, and this dark sienna and white. Pull it out, get our little roll of paint. Let me do that again. Little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. And in our world, we have some trunks showing in some of our trees, not all of them. But here and there, we see the indication of a few little trunks, sticks, twigs, whatever. Take another little fan brush. Oh, I got a number 3 fan brush. Doesn't matter. Take some dark green. I made this just from the tree color mixed with yellow. Make it black and yellow, sap green and yellow, whatever. And we'll come back up here. And let's just put the indication of some nice highlights on our tree. Just some indications. I want to leave some of them very dark. I don't want all of them with highlights. I want to keep that illusion that there's trees far away too. There we go. I think that's about all we need. Now, let's get crazy. We'll use the same old color we were using for trees. Add a little brown to it. Maybe right about here. Tell you what. Maybe there's a nice land area that comes, there it is. If you just hunt rain for it, you'll find it. It comes all the way down like that. There we are. We can go right into some of the yellows and yellow ochre, Indian yellow, touch of bright red and into dull. And we can begin putting maybe some little grassy areas back in here. There they are. Isn't it fantastic? And you can do it. You really can do this. All you need is an old brush, a few oil paints, a little imagination, devote a little time to practice. And you can do this. You really can. I think in one of the earlier shows we showed you just hundreds of photos of paintings that people had done and sent in to us. And you can do that too. No doubt in my mind. If there's no doubt in my mind, there certainly shouldn't be any in yours. There we go. We got a second or two left here. Let's get crazy. I think maybe we have a little house that lives right here. Use this little small knife and get in here. Just make this house very small. Just scrape out a little shape. By scraping it out, that removes excess paint. A little brown. Choom. This is sort of a long house on this one. Just block it in here. Boy, whoever lives here has one spectacular view, doesn't he? Let's take a little bright red, a little dark sienna, a little touch of white. Let's make sort of a nice pinky color and just go. Got to make that little noise though, or it won't work. And sometime when I do demonstrations for PBS stations across the country, I have some of my young friends come and they'll make these little noises, and they're better at it than I am. I have met so many super young people, and they're doing some of the most fantastic painting that you've ever seen. I'm proud of them. Proud of them. Take some white, little dark sienna, little Van Dyke brown, cut us off a little paint. And let's just go in here and just put a little front on this cabin, like so. There. I'm going to leave this side over here very dark, just a little on it. Don't want it to be too light. Don't want it too light. In my mind, the light's striking right across in there. And so, take a little touch, brown, make a little door. Got to have a little door for it to get in and out. There. Now we can go back to our yellows and greens. And let's put a little grass around his little house here. Weeds about to eat him up. Tell you what, maybe let's take a little Van Dyke brown, a little touch of white. Just mix it together on the old fan brush. Maybe there's a little path lives right here. Goes right on back here in the distance somewhere. And it just plays or meanders or whatever you want to call it right down like that. Right on off. There we are. Take another fan brush and take a little white and just very lightly graze that and put a little bit of highlight on it. There. Isn't that sneaky? Now we got a little way to get up to the cabin. Tell you what, bring the camera right up here and let's take out the old contact paper. The moment of truth. This is what we've all been waiting for. Isn't that fantastic, though? I like that contact paper. And let's have some fun. We have a second left. I like to let things project right out of the painting when we do these little ovals. To me, it's just so neat. And when you frame this, it's unreal what'll happen. You'll love it. Guarantee. A little bit of our highlight color. Well, because we need a touch of tree trunk in there too. What the heck? We don't want that left out. A little highlight color. We'll drop that on. Shoot, we about have a finished painting. Hope you like this one. I think you'll find it to be one of the most enjoyable little paintings that you can do. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. You got your paints and brushes out and ready to do a fantastic little painting? Super. Tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done here. I've got my normal old pre-stretched canvas up here, and I've applied a thin, even coat of the liquid white. So it's all wet and ready to go. So let's just do a fantastic little painting today. I thought today maybe we'd do a nice little winter scene, something that's very cold. Normally when I do winter scenes, I put a lot of warm colors in them. And we've had some requests for a winter scene that's good and cold. So let's do one of those. Let's start out today. We'll use the old 2-inch brush here. We'll go into a small amount of the phthalo blue. Just a small amount. Pull it out and then just tap the bristles right into the color. That assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. See there? Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we'll just start at the top and make little crisscross strokes. Just little X's. Work all the way across the top, and it's continually blending with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and automatically it gets lighter and lighter toward the horizon if you just start at the top and work down. And that's exactly what we're looking for. As you know, in a landscape, things should get lighter toward the horizon, and that's what creates that illusion of distance in your painting. All right, maybe, tell you what, maybe I'll add just a little bit more of the blue. This is a winter scene. I want color to be very strong and very cold today. This is going to be a very cold painting. You may have to get out your big winter coat just to do this one. Here we go. All right. Something about like so. And very lightly we'll go across just to take out the little brush strokes. And maybe we'll have a little water. For that, I'm going to use the same old phthalo blue and the least little bit of the midnight black. So we have blue and black, or black and blue, whichever your preference. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, I don't know exactly where the water is going to be, so we'll just put in a lot of water, and whatever we don't want, we'll just paint over, because we can do anything on this piece of canvas. Anything. There we go. A little more color on the brush. Go on the other side, and do basically the same thing. There we are. And still water should always be flat, level. Water's very lazy. It's always flat, level if it's still. The only time it's not is when it gets excited and starts moving. There. Okay, now the fun part. Let's wash the old brush. Here we wash our brush with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. That's the most fun part of this whole technique. And very lightly, I'll just go over the entire canvas just to take out brush strokes and bring it all together. There. Now then, tell you what let's do. Today, let's just have some fun and make some little clouds that float around in the sky. And for that, I'm going to use just titanium white, the old fan brush. And you could do this with a 1-inch brush or 2-inch brush. It doesn't matter. Thought today we'd just do one with the old fan brush, though. Go right up in here and decide where your little cloud's going to live. Maybe in our world, it's going to live right here. And using just the corner of the brush, just the corner, make all kinds of little fluffy things that live out in here, wherever you think they should be. Wherever. Okay, a little more of the titanium white. There. Now you could also do this with a gray color if you want to really make it look like a dreary winter day. Okay, now I'm going to take the large 2-inch brush and very gently just tickle the bottom of it. Just barely blend it in. Little tiny circular strokes using only the top corner of the 2-inch brush. And then we'll fluff it, lift it, there. And very lightly, just go right over it. Isn't that easy? We got a happy little cloud. Okay, maybe this little cloud has a friend. Shoot, why not? But work in layers. Do one cloud at a time. Do the one that in your mind is the farthest away, and then put the rest of them in front of him. But just do one at a time. Don't get in a hurry and don't get greedy. There we are. Good, clean, dry 2-inch brush. And we're going to do the same thing again, but work in layers. Just like when you're painting bushes, work in layers. There. Those layers are what create distance between each cloud. There we go. Okay, isn't that easy? We got a couple happy little clouds. Now sometimes it's fun just to take your brush and watch here. Here's another way. I like to show you as many ways as I know to make things. Just take your brush and spin in little floater clouds. You can literally just spin them right into the canvas. Try to keep the brush moving at all times. So these are the little wispy clouds that live way off in the distance. They just sort of float around and just make little things in the sky. There we are. Wherever, maybe even little indications right over there. Back to old big brush. And we just gently sort of blend those right in. And this blending, you can blend them to any degree of lightness or darkness that you want. The more you blend them, of course, the darker they're going to get. They'll pick up the blue that's underneath. So you have to make big decisions here. How bright do you want them to be? Because if you continue to blend, they'll just go away and leave you. Go away and leave you. There. Okay. And I think something about like that's fine for what we're trying to do today. I just want some little wispy things that are floating around. So they're good. All right, maybe in our world today, let's take a little bit of phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. And I want to make a lavender color, but I want it to the blue side. I'm going to keep everything in the blue tones in this painting to keep it cold. Blue is it's a cold color. Ooh, very cold color. It's hard to tell what that is. So we take a little white, lay it right there, and then mix some color into it to see if it's what we want. And that's pretty good. I sort of like that one. There, something like so. That's not bad. Okay, cut off our little roll of paint as usual. Let's go right up in here. Let's have in our world maybe right here, just a happy little mountain. Show you an easy way to make some mountains today. Why not? Watch here, watch here. There. You have to decide how many little bumps there are on your mountain, how many peaks. Just put that on, scrape off the excess paint. There. We will have some that's got a lot of little bumps today. Just wherever. And let your imagination take you to anywhere that you want to be. This really is your world here. Okay, see there? And the only thing that we have any concern about at this point is just the top edge. We could care less what's happening in here. Have absolutely no concerns about that area at this point. All right. Scrape off all the excess. You can probably hear how hard I'm scraping with a knife. There we go. Now back to our old 2-inch brush. And I want to grab this and pull it. Now just with brush strokes here, we can create the illusion of beautiful mountains that are far back in the distance. There we are. And the brush strokes will make your highlights and your shadows all at one time. That easy. This is one of the easiest ways of making very effective little mountains. Very effective. Yeah, you may have to sort of step back and take a look at them. When you're really close to the canvas, it's more difficult to see than if you step back. So at home, just step back and get the old iced tea glass out and take a look-see at your painting. There. But see how all those brush strokes will create that illusion? There. Okay. And today, that's all I'm going to do for that range of mountains. And let's have some fun. I'm going to put some Prussian blue. It's much stronger. Prussian blue is much stronger. We'll put it right in that same color. So we got Prussian blue. I'll add a little more alizarin crimson to it. But this is a very dark lavender now. Very dark. Ooh. There. Cut off our little roll of paint. Once again, lives right on the edge of the knife. Now, let's come right up in here. Maybe there's another big mountain. There is now. Lives right there. Wherever you want it. And maybe he comes down in front. And we can do the same thing again. Put some little bumps in here and all kinds of little things. Sometimes it's nice to have little valleys like that. You can leave them right in there. Right in there, wherever you want them. And we just let that one taper right on off into nothing here. But notice, that this range of mountains, are much darker than the ones behind it. That makes them stand out, makes them look closer to you. There we are. The other thing that's very important, by pulling that paint with the 2-inch brush on that first range of mountains, there's a misty area between these two. That little bit of mist is your separator. It divides the two, makes them stand apart from each other. All right, let's go back to our old 2-inch brush and do the same identical thing to this one. Just grab it and pull. But pay attention to angles here. Avoid pulling it straight down. Your mountains will look like huge cliffs, just sheer cliffs. Billy Goat couldn't live on them. There we are. So pay attention to angles. See, by pulling that brush, the little thing that happened right there? Be careful when you're doing this and watch. These little things will happen. But sometimes it gets working well and you rub them off before you even looked at them. These things live right in your brush. All you have to do is sort of shake them out. There. Okay. But once again, we're trying to create that mist down at the base of these mountains. Maybe we'll have some little foothills down at the base. I like to do little foothills. And that misty area, once again, just like here, will be your separator. So try to create mist here. Most important. There. Okay. And with that, we got a couple of ranges of very nice mountains there. Let's take, put that over there out of the way. Save it for later. I'm going to take some phthalo blue, and some white, and some black. Mix them together. There we are. I want a nice blue-gray color, but with the phthalo blue, so it's a little more bright than if you did it with a Prussian blue. Wipe off the old knife here. And let's take a fan brush, load it full of this color. Just work it back and forth in the paint, both sides full of color. Now then, maybe in our world here we have some little footy hills that live right in here. Right in here somewhere. Just take the fan brush and tap downward. Try to retain some of that little misty area in there, though. It's most important. There we go. A little more paint out there. Now, there they go. Wherever you make the decision where they live, and just drop them in. This is one of the nicest ways we've ever come up with of just making little distant tree shapes. Very easy. And I'm going to add a little bit of the titanium white here and there. See how that sparkles? That one makes him stand out. That easy. But don't overdo. If they all look like that, then they lose the individuality that you're seeing. Let's see here. We'll put in some more, just a few. Then we'll come back and highlight a few of those, just so they stand out better. All right. This is a very simple painting, and if you've never painted before, this is a nice one to try. This one is a nice one, because it'll work for you. Very easy. Okay, back to a little of the titanium white right on the brush, so that we get variations of the same color, different hues or values of the same color, whatever you want to call it. There, just make all kinds of little things. Something like so. These trees are so pretty. It's one of the nicest places. My little squirrel, if you've watched some of the other shows, this would be one of the places my little squirrel would love to live, right in here. And I want to show you a little piece of film that we made, and this is my little squirrel out on the big hunt. And he's out doing whatever squirrels do in the deep, deep woods. Look at this. Isn't he the cutest little devil? He's fighting his way through the forest there. Uh-oh. There's the forest. For some reason, I don't really understand it. Those little squirrels seem to like a hare. I think it reminds them of their nest. But that's, if you haven't seen him before, that's the little squirrel we call Peapod. the pocket squirrel, because he likes to live in my pocket. He's a character. We've showed him several times in this series. I hope you enjoy him. I've just taken a 2-inch brush and tapped the base of this a little bit just to soften. I want that misty area. Okay. Take a little more of the titanium white and just sparkle up a few more of these little areas so they stand out. Just a few. I want to keep this very cold though. Very cold. There. And then very lightly lift upward. Just enough to blend the base of that all in there. Okay. And maybe under our little foothills back here, maybe in our world there's a little bit of snow. So for that, we'll take the knife, take a little white, cut off our little roll of paint, and begin thinking about how the snow would lay out here. There. Just pull it. Gently pull. Something like this. There. So I say this is a very, very simple little painting. You shouldn't have any trouble doing this one. This is one that our instructors would teach probably first or second day in class. We have instructors that travel all over the country teaching people this. You cannot believe what people are doing. In one of the earlier shows of this series, I showed several boards of paintings that people have sent in. That's just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, tell you what, I want some reflections under that. So I'm going into that same old dark blue color that we had, 2-inch brush. Just going to grab right underneath the snow and pull straight down. Straight down though. A little more of the paint, straight down. Straight down, there we go, and that quick, we have some little reflections under our bank way back here. Very lightly, go across. All right, take a little touch of the liquid white. We can go right back in here, and we'll just cut in a little water line. This sort of separates where the land and the water come together. It's your separator, and it also cleans up the base here. It's a way of cleaning up the bottom of your snow and making it look really nice. There we are. Really hope you like seeing that little squirrel, little pea pod. He lives in my house with me. You wouldn't believe, I have 2 squirrels that live in the house, and I have 3 that live outside. They're about ready to be turned loose now. But the ones that live in the house, if you've never lived with a squirrel, you haven't lived, because they will get into absolutely everything. Every single thing in the house. And I find, because they hide nuts all over the house too when they run around, and I'll find nuts in everything, from my pockets to my shoes. But it's fun. It's fun. Let's take some Prussian blue, black, alizarin crimson. Shoot, we'll even throw some Van Dyke brown there too. Doesn't matter. Good, dark color. Okay, let me clean off the old knife here. Tell you what, it's time for your bravery test. Let's take the old 2-inch brush and go right into that pile of paint. Now today I want to bring this brush to a nice chisel edge. So to do that, bring it through the paint, wiggle it. That pulls the paint down to the end of the bristles, wiggle it. And then go through and sharpen it, just like you would a fine knife. Look how sharp that brush is. But you can bring it to a very sharp chisel edge. Very sharp, okay? Now then with that, maybe in our world, you know me, I like big trees in my paintings. Take the corner, and we just push upward. And let's make the indication of a big evergreen that lives right here on the corner of the canvas. Great big evergreen. Strong, powerful. He sits here, watches out for all the little things that live here. And what a view that he has. There we are. But use just the corner and push upward. And that's what will create all those little leafy, fluffy looking things. Very easy. Tell you what, while we have that old brush going, let's just do this. Maybe we have some things, little peninsula that comes right down like that. Who knows? Who knows? Just push upward though. Bend the bristles. Try to avoid letting it slide like that. See the difference when it slides? You don't have that nice leafy appearance. We're going to have a bigger bush there now. But see, if anything ever goes wrong, you can always make a bigger bush out of it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Shoot. We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. There we are. I'm going to load the little brush back up same way again. Yeah, let's go ahead. What the heck? Be brave. This really is your bravery test. Let's come in here and just put a huge tree. Maybe, yeah, what the heck? What the heck? Nothing ventured and all that. Let's just let this old tree just live right here. Just push him out. There. Maybe, okay, let's go all the way down to the bottom. Something like that. Okay, now we'll take, I have several little brushes going here. I'm going to take another 2-inch and put titanium white on it. A little bit of the phthalo blue, little phthalo blue. So I have a blue color in the bristles. Okay, let me see. Now I'm going to take one corner and go through white paint. All right, so I have blue deep in the brush and white on the tips. All right, now then, with that, you can go up here and push upward, and let's put on some beautiful little highlights. And every once in a while, just drag that one corner through a little bit of the titanium white. And that's how we'll highlight this. Think about shape and form and all the little things that are happening out here. There we go. Wherever. Okay, there's another one. Something about like so. And we don't want this other tree left out, so let me load it deep with the phthalo blue and white, and then just the corner, once again, just the corner, see, into the white, like that. All right, just touch it, lift it. And let's go right in here and just pop those in. There. Now don't kill all the dark in your tree, because it gets working good and you get sort of carried away sometime. I find that I've covered up the whole canvas with highlights, and then I've lost my dark and all the deep shadow areas. And the little squirrels have got to have a place to go in there and hide. Got to have a place to go and hide. All right, I'm going to dip the brush into liquid white. Then we'll go right through titanium white. Pull the brush in one direction. See there? Load a lot of paint into it. A lot of paint. Biggest mistake made is not enough paint. There. I went through the liquid white first, only to thin the paint, because a thin paint, as you know, will stick to a thick paint. Thin to thick. There we are. See, and we can just put all these little snow-covered highlights on these things. And if this works just right, these little bushes will look just like lace. Just like lace. When I lived in Alaska, it's unbelievable. Jack Frost would come through there and do his magic. And the trees would be covered with ice fog that had frozen, and it's the most gorgeous thing you have ever seen. It's cold in Alaska during the winter, but it may be as beautiful as the summer. Take a little titanium white. Maybe we can see a little snow right in there. Right there somewhere. Wherever you want it. But no pressure. Allow that color to break. Just graze it when you come across and make long strokes, like that. But no pressure, absolutely none. If you put a lot of pressure on it, it's going to look like you, well, this my son Steve says, look like you mooshed it in there and just iced a cake. I don't know if that's really a word or not, but you certainly know what it means. You really just mashed too hard. Then we'll put some little grassy areas around the edges here. Okay, that'll sort of bring it together and make it part of the painting. There. Yeah, maybe in our world, maybe there's a little twig or two. So we'll take a little dark sienna and paint thinner. And we want to make this paint thin. very thin, almost the consistency of ink. You probably can see it running there. It's that thin. Now, while you have that, you can pull one side of that right through a little liquid white. And maybe in our world, there's a little stick. It lives right here. And by pulling it through the liquid white on one side, you'll make the highlight and the shadow at one time. See there? Sort of sneaky, but it works well. There we go. Wherever. Okay. And that way we got a little stick in there. Tell you what, all we need to do, take the knife here and there, we can scratch in a few little sticks and twigs, and we about have a finished painting. This is, as I mentioned earlier, this is a very simple little painting. If you've never painted before, it's a good one to try, especially if you like very cold winter scenes. So I do hope you give it a try. From all of us, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd do a fantastic little seascape. So I tell you what, let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've got done already. Got my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use whatever size is convenient for you. And today I've cut a little oval out of some contact paper and just stuck it on. And then we've covered the whole area here with just a thin, even coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and ready to go, so let's just have some fun. Thought we'd do a little seascape today that's very warm and make you feel good just to look at it. I'm going to start with the least little touch of the cadmium yellow. Least little touch. Maybe reach over here and get a little touch of the Indian yellow too. Just mix those together. Ooh, that's nice. Let's go up here. Now maybe we'll have a little sun up in here in the sky today. So we'll just start and go around like this. There's not a great deal of color on the canvas. Not much color. Just work around. I want a circle right here. But I don't want to just go like this because it's very hard to blend that out. Little X's. And the paint is continually mixing with the liquid white. All right, now, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to add the least little touch of yellow ochre. And go right around the outside edge. The yellow ochre is sort of a gold color. Very, very pretty color. Very pretty. All right. And just sort of allow those to blend together. Okay, now then, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Okay, shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. All right, let's go into a little bit of the alizarin crimson. Just a small amount. Just a small amount. And just tap it right into the bristles. Let's go up in here. Maybe around these edges, we'll put a little of the crimson. And I'm starting from the outside and working inward, so it'll mix with the liquid white, and progressively it'll get lighter as it works inward. There. Now see, these little feather edges that you create by doing this, the little X's, they blend together quite easy. If you made very distinct lines, it would be difficult to blend it together. Let's have a little bit more of the crimson for the other side. Don't want it left out. There. Okay. Thought maybe today we just do a very, very simple little ocean scene. I live in Florida now, and we have a lot of beautiful little ocean areas around there. In fact, just the other day, my friend Bob and I went fishing. I hooked my first sailfish. I've never even seen one before. And you notice I said I hooked him because he got off long before I got him into the boat. But we did, before the day was over, catch one that was just absolutely gorgeous. This thing was probably close to 6 feet long. Most beautiful fish I've ever seen. And you know me. We brought him in the boat just long enough to take his picture and wish him well, and we put him back in the water. And he went on back to his family, and he's living happily now, right off Fort Pierce. There. I don't keep many fish. I think you're to turn them back to nature and go back and catch them again another day. Or somebody else catches them. That way everybody gets to enjoy the fun of catching a fish. There. Okay, now then I'll just go completely across there. Now, up here on the top, I'm going to use the same old dirty brush, add the least little touch of phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, and you can just mix those on the brush. Maybe a little more crimson. There we go. But I want this to be to the blue side. This is sort of a lavender to the blue side. We'll go back up here, and very gently, we'll just throw in a little color right along the very top. Sort of let it blend down. Very easy. Now then, I have several of each brush going. I'm going to take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and just blend these two areas together. You don't want to be able to tell where one color stops and the next color starts. Just let them blend together. That easy. That easy. Now then, I think maybe today we're going to have some fun. Let's do a little finger painting. Take a little touch of the titanium white, and we'll just rub in the indication of a little sun right there. And with a clean brush, then we gently blend that. And it'll give the indication of a little sun up here in the sky, but yet it's not real bright or real distinct. It's just a quiet little sun that lives up there, has a good time. Let's go into a little yellow, a little alizarin crimson, mix them together. Going to make sort of a nice peachy color. Maybe a touch more of the yellow. This is cad yellow and alizarin crimson. That's all it is. And let's go up in here. Very warm little painting today, so we're going to use very warm little colors, of course. Let's take just a little of that on the fan brush, tight little circles. Let it go right across the sun there. We'll draw a little cloud up here in the sky. Just let it float right on back into nothing here. There. Wherever. Okay. Then we'll take a dry 2-inch brush and gently blend that. The only reason I'm doing this is to remove excess paint. It's the only reason. Now then, let's go back. I'll take a little white, a little touch of the cad yellow in it. Maybe a little yellow ochre also. Ooh, that's nice. It's almost white, but it's just flavored with a little of the cad yellow, little yellow ochre, just to give it a little flavor. Let's go back up in here. Now, I want to put some little highlights on this cloud. So using just the corner of the brush, I'm going to come right in here and just sparkle a few little things. Not too much. Just a little, just a little, just a little. Now, back to our 2-inch brush, or you could use a 1-inch brush for this if you're more comfortable with it. There, and fluff it. Just enough to put a little flavor up on the top. Now, same old fan brush, and I'm going to go into a little bright red and white, something like so. Okay, good. Now then, see if that stands out enough. Sometimes you have to sort of check to make sure it stands out just right. So we'll come right down in here and we'll put in another little cloud. There. He just sort of lives right out in here. And same thing once again. We'll take a light color. This is that same color. And we'll just highlight this little cloud a little. Just to give him a little flavor. Don't want too much here. Just a little. But it's fantastic how you can play back and forth with these little colors and make this thing work. There. Back to our 2-inch brush. But notice that we're only doing one cloud at a time. Sometimes it starts working so good you get greedy and you want to do them all at once. But you need to work in layers. That way it works a lot better. Okay. Back to our color here. We had our original color, a little alizarin crimson and yellow ochre. I want to make another one of those little peachy clouds that live right there. There we go. Just wherever you think they should be. It's exactly where they should be. Because this is your world here, and you can do anything in this world that you want. Take off the excess, blend it in, and it's just playing back and forth. You're back and forth. There. And we'll put a little highlight on that rascal. Don't need much, though. Don't need but a tiny, tiny bit. And then fluff him a little. There we go. Okay, now then, maybe in our world there lives another little pinkish cloud, same old bright red. And I'm just doing layer after layer of clouds here. I want to have a lot of clouds. A lot of clouds. So here they come, one after the other. There. Same thing again, a little bit of light color, just to flavor it. This is going to be a beautiful little pastel painting, I think. It looks like it's going in that direction. And they're so pretty. I beat the brush just to knock any excess paint that's on it. This is the same one I've blended with since the beginning. So I just beat it to knock out the excess paint. I'm lazy and it's easier than going through the whole blending procedure. All right. Now, let's take a little of the phthalo blue and alizarin crimson and just mix a little on the brush. Heck, I just want a little tiny bit here. A lavender color, but this time I'm going more to the red side. And down in here, let's put in some little cloud shapes that just float around down in here with this lavender. Using the corner of the brush, making little tiny circles. Tiny little circles. There you go. Just drop them in. Let them go. There, a little bit more color on the brush, and we'll put some right over in here. Notice it's getting darker and darker as we get away from the sun in this, because that's the light source. Everything gets darker as we work away from that. There we are. Okay. Shoot, when we have that color, maybe up here in the sky, there's some little floaters that live up here too. Don't want to leave the top out. Almost got carried away there, so we'll put a couple little floaters up in there. Maybe even, yeah, why not? We don't want the top left out here. We'll just have little floaters on both sides. And very lightly. There we go. Something about like so. You know, in one of the earlier shows, while I'm doing this, because I'm just doing the same thing, one of the earlier shows I showed a little deer that I had the opportunity to meet. And we've got so many calls about that little rascal. I want to show him to you again and see if you like this little devil. He is one of the most precious little creatures that you could ever imagine. And I had the opportunity to spend about a half a day with him. And Diana Schaefer, the bird lady here in Muncie, was taking care of him. But isn't he a gorgeous little character? I tell you, you could fall in love with these, and you know, I just don't have the heart to shoot Bambi anymore. Once you hold one of these, deer hunting days are over. Or at least for me it is. I get so attached to them, I just want to keep them as pets. Move them right in the house. I've got enough creatures in the house now. That's all I need is a deer running around the living room. There we are. I'm just putting in some little sky things here while you're watching the same procedure. I'm not doing anything different. And we had to give him a little drink, and you notice how big that bottle was. I think it was a Coke bottle he was drinking out of. Sure hope you enjoy seeing him again. Okay, got a few little clouds here and there. But see how that dark color, and I just highlighted it with the same color, but it makes so many different planes in here. Distance is so great. And we need a little of that same highlight color. Just basically bright red and a little white. That's all I'm using. And we'll just sort of highlight these little things up here on top too. We don't want them left out. Shoot, nothing worse than a mad cloud. There. And with a big brush, just gently blend that. That's all you have to do. And that sort of brings it all together. and make some very effective little clouds. Time to wash a brush or two. As you know, this is my favorite thing. Because I get even with the crew for picking on me here. Maybe we'll do two, really get them. There, and we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner and just beat the devil out of them to dry them. It's important that these brushes are dry. Now maybe we'll have some water back here. Normally, if you've painted with me before, I do the bottom of these with liquid clear. And I do that when I don't want to dilute color. Today, I want to dilute color. I want this to be much softer. So all you have to do is decide where your horizon's going to be. Take your brush and pull across. Or you can do like we do in some of the other ones, take masking tape and put across there so you have a nice, perfectly straight line. But what the heck, you can just take the brush and do it. Either way. A little bit more color. There we go. And I thought, as I say, I thought today we'd just do more of a Florida type seascape instead of, I like to do the ones from the West Coast where you have big rocks and cliffs and crashing waves, but let's just do a little quiet one today. My friends in Florida have got on to me because I haven't done many Florida seascapes. There, so we'll take, while our brush is going, put a little crimson right on the same brush. And we'll add it right in here, just alizarin crimson right on the same brush. So we have a lavender to the reddish side now. A little more of the crimson. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, that makes them very pleasant. And just sort of blend them together. Now then, have to make some big decisions. Let's figure out, first of all, where our major wave's going to be. If we're going to have a little crasher, come right up in here. Let me show you how to get that. Just figure out basically where it's going to be. And I take just a little white paint on the fan brush or the script liner brush and lay in a basic shape for the major wave. And other than that, we don't much care. Other than that, that's our main point. Just take white paint, lay that little rascal in. Now your wave's going to crash over like that. If that helps you, put a little doer in there like that. In the background back here, a little white on the brush, we can just begin putting the indication of all kind of little things. Use a little rocking stroke, and I'm really exaggerating there. But so it gives the impression of little waves that are happening way back in there. There. Let all these little things just happen. But don't kill all your dark color. If you kill all that dark color, and of course, you don't have any dark left. There we are. And we'll just let it go right on over there. Now here I'm just going to blend that paint back. Just blend it back. But it's most important that you save a dark area right there. Most important. That gives the trough in between the little waves. Since this is going to be a Florida type seascape, we don't want a lot of crashing waves here. Waves are pretty calm in Florida, unless you have one of the big hurricanes that come. Then they get a little wild. All right. Now, this water is going to come here and just sort of crash over. Not a big crash, just a little crash. Something like so. There we go. Tell you what, let me grab a filbert brush. I like him for this. Put a little titanium white on that little filbert brush. And let's begin making some little things that are crashing up here. Got to make those little noises. Let's put a little lavender on it. Make a shadow for our little crasher. This is just phthalo blue, little alizarin crimson. Maybe at least a little touch of black in there too. Yeah, there we go. I like that. Just sort of let that come right on around. Wash the old brush. Now these brushes we just dry on a paper towel. And it's sort of hard to beat them. There's not enough to get in there and work with. Back to our titanium white. There. Now we can highlight that. Just give it a little upward push. Something like so. And then very gently begin blending that together a little. Okay. Let's take a little 1-inch brush and very lightly go in here, just the corner, and just blend that together. You can make it as soft as silk. There we are. Very light. Now, let's take some white, least little touch of the cad yellow mixed together. Just white, a little cad yellow. I use a little fan brush, but you can use anything, it doesn't matter. We'll go right up in here. This is the eye of the wave, or the transparency, whatever you want to call it. Let's just put in a little color right in there and let it blend outward. So there's a little light zinging through the water. Now the blue and the yellow here will mix together and make it a very nice green color. Now with a nice brush, you could use a 1-inch or a 2-inch to do this. Just gently blend it. Just blend it. Little tiny circles until it all comes together. There. So now we have a little eye. Let's have some fun. Shoot. I'll take a little knife, a little touch of the titanium white, and in my mind, we have a little ripple right there. But put it on with a knife. I'm using a lot of pressure, a lot of pressure. You can put in a few little things like that. There's a little cad yellow in there, a little bright red too sometime. Just sort of let all those little colors just happen. There. Now with a clean fan brush, very lightly, you grab that and take it back. Try not to destroy that nice edge. Just take it back and begin blending it together. This is where you make the shape of the wave, the curl, whatever you want to call it. Now, sometimes it's fun, right underneath our light source here, take pure white, pull down. Just pull it down. Very firmly. And then go across. Like that. Now, back to our little knife. Redefine that edge. I sort of messed it up. And let's have another little ripple. Lives right about here. We go right over that spot that looks like a reflection, and it's gorgeous because you'll be able to see that right through there. And people will wonder, how in the world did you done that? And it's so easy. It really is easy. And find me a clean fan brush, and I'm about out of them. Let me wash one. And very gently blend that back. But you need a clean brush. Very lightly. And do this as gently as you can. You don't want to destroy these nice shiny areas that you have in your water here. So be careful, don't destroy those. Now then. Okay. We can take our little liner brush, a little bit of white on it, and here and there. This is, you can begin bringing all this together. All kinds of little lines and ripples and things going on wherever. But this is where you really begin forming and shaping your way. A little dark line underneath there will separate that. A few little things that you can see through the transparency. There. And at home, when you're doing this, put a lot of these little rascals in here. They'll really make your painting special. There we go. And then let's have a little sand dune today. What the heck? For that, I'm going to take black, a little bit of, let's get a little bit of that Van Dyke brown, maybe a little dark sienna, and some white. I want a brownish gray color, maybe a little crimson in there too. Oh, that's better. That's much better. Almost something like that. Now then, let's decide where our little sand dunes live, maybe. Yeah, there you go. We can just put in a basic shape here. It's all we're looking for. Wherever. Maybe he's got a friend right there, and just paint over anything that's there. Don't worry about it. You haven't wasted your time if you learn to make these. Maybe that comes right on down there so we can just see a little bit of it through. There we go. Just put a little color in there. And that's only so our lighter color will show. Now, take a little touch of white, and it's got the least little bit of that bright red in it, least little bit. Pull it out, get our little roll of paint, and very lightly, just barely grazing it, figure out where the little tops are on your sand dunes, wherever you want them. There, see? Maybe they come right on down through there. I don't know, wherever. Maybe there's a little, yeah, right in there somewhere. See, but barely touching. Just let the paint break. Let it break. There. Here and there I'm going to add a least little touch of like a lavender shadow here and there. Just to sparkle it up some. Okay, now then we can take a fan brush. We'll put a little sap green on it. A little sap green, a little bit of brown. And I want to go right in here and just pop in some little things. I'm going to add a little paint thinner to that. I want it a little thinner. A little thinner, yeah. Just pop in some little doers like that. This is going to end up being some little weeds up here. Maybe in our world, yep, right here. We'll have one coming right over. Wherever you want them. Wherever. We'll put some right up in here. Let them follow right down. There's one. But this paint's a little bit thinner. Put a little paint thinner with it. And then I can take a little paint thinner, go into the dark sienna, and back through that greenish color, but mostly dark sienna. Let's go up in here. This paint here is thin, so we can grab it and start lifting upward and make just the indication of some little sea oats and stuff that live out here. There we go. Something about like that. Maybe a few over here on the other side. Oh, and you can just take and put little things on the end sometime. They have, that's why they call them sea oats. It looks like a little wheat growing out there. There. Now, go into a little bit of light color. This is white with a little touch of the yellow in it. And we put in a few little light colored ones here and there. We don't want them all dark. And then they'll show up good against that. There. Something like so. As many or as few as you want. And we can just take our fan brush, a little white on it, grab the bottom of that, pull it a little, and bring all this together. It's a very nice way of making a simple little seascape that I think you'll really enjoy doing. All right, with that, I think we about have a finished picture. Let's take a contact paper off now and see what we have. As they say, this is the moment of truth. And I think you'll like this one. Try this one. Let us know how you like it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. And today I think we'll just do a fantastic little painting that I'm sure you'll enjoy. So let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what you caught me doing up here. Today I have standard old pre-stretched canvas up here. And as you can see, I've covered this whole area with black gesso, allowed it to dry completely. And then on top of that, I've put a thin, let me say it again, a thin coat of liquid clear. Just a very thin coat. And on top of that, then we've added a mixture of sap green and Van Dyke brown. I put the Van Dyke brown there just to dull down the green a little bit so it's not quite so bright. And up here, I was just putting in a little liquid white right in this little spot that has no gesso on it. And just let it blend back. It just literally blends right on back and begins to mix with that mixture of sap green and Van Dyke brown that we have up here. I love these canvases with the black gesso. It's so fantastic what you can do. All right. Now then, let me just mix up a little more paint. And as I say, we're using just Van Dyke brown here and sap green, about in equal proportions. Just sort of get it the flavor that you want it. All right, let me wipe off my old knife. Now back here in the background, I want to put the indication of a lot of little trees and stuff that live far back, way back. So I've taken a little white, a little titanium white, and mixed it with this nice brown and green color that we have here. All right, let's go up here. Now then, we begin picking out little things. Now we can take the brush, use it sidewards, touch, give a little push, for example. But see how that makes the indication of just a gorgeous little tree that lives way back here. And we don't want a lot of detail because these are too far away. Too far away at this point. Now the other thing, see, I've made some little things back here with the black gesso that also sort of resemble little trees in the distance. The paint is still transparent enough that you'll see some of those through there. And people will think you just worked yourself to death trying to put them in. Don't you tell them any different. That's our secret. There. And here and there we can just take the brush and tap in some bigger shapes. Something like so. All right. Okay, maybe a little thing here and there, wherever you want them. This is going to be background material that's far, far away. So we're not looking for detail. I say that over and over because it's almost as bad to have too much detail far away as no detail close up, if all that makes sense. I hope so. There. And dip the corner of a brush into a small amount of the titanium white, very small amount. And with that, I'm going to create like little misty areas down here at the base of this. Just little soft misty areas that just sort of float around. There, something like that. But that's just a little titanium white right on the brush. And tapping only with the top corner of the brush. There we go. But it's unbelievable what you can make. Even that, if you play with it a little bit, you can even make that look like a lot of little foliage that's just hanging around back here. There. Okay, maybe a little touch right in here. Put a little mist at the base of all these little trees that are back here in the distance. And the more you tap it, the more it'll pick up that color that's on the black gesso, and it'll just disappear if you tap it enough. There we go. Very gentle. But isn't that a neat way of making a lot of little trees and looks like background material? So simple. All right. Let's get crazy today. Already in this one, let's have some fun. Let me clean off my palette a little bit. Now I'm going to we'll just use that same, got black, brown, put some sap green, how about a little bit of Prussian blue. Let's mix all those together. There. You know, one thing I do want to do here, I want to take a little bit, I see a little spot up here. I want to take a little bit of phthalo blue. Let's just put the indication that there's a little sky showing through there. What the heck? I almost forgot to do that. That looks sort of nice up there. Something about like that. Just to give a little indication. Now we can see a little sky just sneaking right through there. All right. Okay, now let's see here. We're making a good dark color. And let's find a fan brush. We'll use the old fan brush to do this. Load a lot of color into the brush. A lot of color. All right, let's go up in here. Now right up in here lives, in our world, some nice little evergreen trees. Just make a line with the brush and then use the corner of the brush, work back and forth, pushing harder and harder as you work down the tree. I tell you what, let's have a bunch of trees up in here. And if you want to make the indication of a lot of trees, just tap downward. But see how that dark stands out against that other color that we put up there? And this will help create the illusion of many, many planes in this painting. Many planes there. There. Okay, how about in our world, maybe, yep, you're right there. Right there, there's another little tree. I think I'll put a bunch of little trees in here. What the heck, all the way across maybe. Be a good place for my little squirrel to play. He loves to run around in a tree. In fact, let me show you my little squirrel one more time. I'm so crazy about that little rascal. I'm just going to be putting in a few trees here. This is what I call my peekaboo squirrel. But isn't that the cutest little thing? Watch what's in there. What is it? Peekaboo. He likes to sleep in my hand. In fact, once you feed him, that little rascal will sleep just about anywhere you put him. But look at the size of his foot. It's no wonder they're so agile in trees and stuff. With a foot that big, you can run up and down any old thing. There. Okay. But I like to just watch him sleep like that sometime. He's so pretty. There we go. Now then, I'm just adding more and more trees in here, wherever you think they should be, or however many you want in your world. Completely and totally up to you. Tell you what, maybe over here one goes all the way to the top. Maybe it goes off the canvas right there. Wherever. But these old trees just live right here in your fan brush. Just sort of push them out. And once again, as you work down the tree, add more and more pressure to your brush. Make those bristles bend. Let's go back over here. Put one right there. Right there. Okay, just work down once again. Once again. Maybe this one's got a little crook in him. He didn't stand perfectly straight. And we'll just put a few indications. There we go. Something like that. Now then, let's take the old knife, a little bit of white, a little bit of the dark sienna, mix it together, cut off our little tiny roll of paint, very small roll. Now, here and there, and there and here, we'll just put the indication of a few little tree trunks. And not every one has to have a trunk, and you won't see the entire trunk. But just a few here and there. You can even have a few that don't have a tree on it, because maybe the old tree passed away, but the trunk's still there. This whole big one needs something here too. There. Now I have several fan brushes going. Let me grab another one here. And let's put some green and some of that same tree color. I mean some of that tree color with yellow. And we'll make green. There we go. Sometimes the old mind goes and I forget what I'm saying. But we'll get it back together here. Some nice green. Load both sides of the brush. We can go up here. And here's our light source. It's zinging right through there. There. And we'll just put the indication here and there of a few highlights on these. I want to keep this quite dark though. Don't want it to get too bright on me. Because these are way back in there. But I see the light coming right through there. There. Okay, just a few things. And think about where your light's coming from. In this particular painting, it looks like it's coming from the right, so we need more emphasis on the right side than on the left. A few of these little rascals here, we don't want them left out. Nothing worse than an angry tree that's after you. A few there. A couple little on that little leaner there. There. Little leaner. That reminds me of horseshoes. When I was young, I used to play horseshoes a lot because we lived way out in the woods. And that was about the only thing there was to play. We didn't have any video machines or Pac-Man or any of those good things to play. So we would play horseshoes. I'm going to take a little white, just tap right in here. In fact, I became the champion of my school. There. I have to brag a little here. There we go. All I'm doing here is just creating the illusion of a little mist right down at the basement. The bottom. I'm really having trouble with the tongue today. There we are. Just tap in a little bit of that. Something like that. All right. Okay, now we have to make some more big decisions. What other kind of things can we put in here? I know. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's take a little white, maybe at least a little touch of yellowish green color in there. A little yellow and a little green, cad yellow. Yeah, Well, maybe a little yellow ochre too. I like it. Oh, that's even better. Maybe I like the ochre better than the cad yellow. But it's still just about white. Just about white. And we'll take the fan brush and go right through there. And maybe right in here. If the light's coming through there, maybe it's hitting a few little bushes right in here. Just going to push upward with a fan brush. And they're just really sparkling out here in the sun. Just some beautiful little bushes that live in here. Wherever you think they should be. But push upward with a fan brush and you can create the illusion of all kinds of little things. I know, maybe there's one way up in here. Isn't that a neat way of making all kinds of beautiful little bushes? And you can do this in any color you want. There. Okay. I know what we need. Maybe let's have a big stone. I like to do big stones sometimes. Let's take some black and Van Dyke brown. Maybe even a little dark sienna in there. Cut us off a little roll of paint. Maybe, how about right here? Right here. Maybe we'll have maybe we'll have a big stone. We can have any size stone we want in our world. Maybe there's a big boulder that lays over here. This is no longer a stone. We just turned it into a boulder. There. Big healthy stone. And one of the neatest ways of making a very effective little stone. Let's take a little white, a little touch of the blue in there, a little Prussian blue. There. Get a little bit of color right on the end of the fan brush. Let's go up in here. Now, by just tapping, you can sort of just create all the shapes you want on this. But just tap. And let the natural bend of the fan brush work for you too. Sometimes that works out very well. Very well. But just tap. Think about shape and form. Think about it. Don't just tap at random, because that's all you'll end up with. Think about what you're trying to do. There. And here and there on the edge we can see a little light coming down the side. Just wherever. This goes all the way out. Now then, with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, one hair and some air, gently, just blend that. Very gently. There we go. And it's one of the easiest ways of making just a happy little stone. And you can put a little highlight on there. We take a little bright red, a little white. Just a little bright red and white. Same thing. And pick out where you think that light would really strike. And you can put the indication here and there of a little highlight. Not much, though. Not much. It'll overdo real quick. And then once again, barely touch it. Whisper. There. Okay. Now, let's have a little bush like that in front here, too. I want a couple in front of that big stone. Right there. Since we decided this was the basement down here. Basement of the painting. That's a new one. There. But that's the way new terms come about, is half the time they're mistakes. So. Oh, we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Maybe right over in here some little things that just live right in here. Some bright little rascals. Take our little liner brush. Little touch of the paint thinner, a little brown, a little white mixed together. Make this paint very, very thin. Very thin. Should literally run on your palette like that. See it dripping? Should be that thin. Now with that, we can come back in here and go right over the top of that firm paint and put in all kind of little sticks and twigs and little happy things that live back here in the woods. See them? There they are. And just wherever you think they should live. There's one right in front of our big stone. The big stone that lives down here in the basement. There. See, when you do your basement painting, you can have a big basement sell and sell all your works and start over again. There. Okay. Now then, have to make some big decisions. What are we going to do with this? That's the first big decision. I tell you what, let's have some grass in there. We'll use some green, sap green, a little bit of cad yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. Just make a variety of color right here on the brush. Push that paint so you get that little ridge, though. It's most important when you're loading a brush for this. Push it. Now then, think about how you want the land to flow. And with this black canvas here, it will show up so fantastic. It'll just jump right out at you. There. Leave some dark areas here and there, and it'll look like deep, recessed areas. There we go. But pay very close attention to the lay of the land. In other words, the way the land flows. There's a little hill here. There we go. Now then, just tap. All we're doing is tapping. And the more you tap, the more it'll mix with the color that's underneath. Now, in my mind, light's coming through there. That same color we made the bushes out of, I'm going to add a little bit to the tip of the brush here and there, just so we can show that strong, strong light that's just zipping right through there and sparkling all these little things. But don't overdo. The only thing that makes this effective is that there's very little of it in the painting, this very bright area. And this is where the eye will go when this painting's finished. There's no doubt in my mind that this is going to end up drawing your eye right there. No matter what you try to look at, you're going to see this. And that's good. That's what we want today. Let's take a little bit of titanium white. We'll just use it on the same old brush here. And maybe, yeah, why not? Maybe this is water. Okay, just pull straight down. Allow it to mix with the color that's already on the canvas. Okay, let me get a clean, dry brush. And we'll go right over the top of that. Really get in there and pull it down. See it mixing with that sap green and brown that's under there? There. Really pull firmly down. I want it to mix with those colors. You can even pick up a little dark and add it back in there, here and there. So you have a variety of things happening. And I go across. Even though this goes uphill, go straight across. Otherwise it won't look right. Straight across. Instant water, that easy. Now, maybe, you know me, I like to get a little crazy here. Let's take some liquid white, dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, mix them together. I'm going to make a very thin paint here. Very thin. But you can see it's almost like liquid whites. Very thin. Let me get a brush. Let's use the old filbert brush today. And I'm going to take it through the Van Dyke brown and the dark sienna, both sides, and then I'm going to take and go down here and just pull one side, just one side, see, through the light color. So we have dark on one side, light on the other. Now maybe in our world, right up in here, lives all kinds of happy little stones and rocks and pebbles and shoot, maybe they live on out here in the water. We don't know. We don't know. This is your world. So you do it any way that you think you want it. But that's the nicest way of making a lot of little stones and rocks so easy. There, another one. Maybe some little ones back here in the background. All right. Let's have some fun here. Let me find a fan brush. I'll put liquid white on it. Go into the titanium white. The liquid white's there only to thin it. Then I'm going to go into a small amount of phthalo blue. Very small amount. Let's go up here. I just see with all these rocks it'd be a perfect place just to have a happy little stream. It just sort of flows and meanders along through here. It has a good time out here. There. Just plays through the rocks and falls over. There it comes. Right through those rocks. There. A little splash here and there. There. Got to make those little noises or it just won't work. I say that all the time, but I think it will work if you don't do that. It just sort of helps me. But maybe you don't need little noises. funny when Annette and I go out teaching or demonstrating. Annette's one of my partners, and she travels with me. We do demonstrations and teach this. A lot of times, though, especially my young friends will come up and they'll imitate the noises that we've made. So we have youngsters all over going blip, just things like that. I just did a demonstration for a class in New Jersey just recently of high school students. They were some of the nicest youngsters I've ever met. There we go. Okay, maybe, tell you what, let's get a little crazier. Take a little Van Dyke brown and white. Maybe there's a little, maybe there's a little sandbar right in there. Just a little darker color behind it, and then we'll sort of blend them together. There. Just a little something like that. And we can take our brush with the white on it, go in here and clean up the edges a little. Maybe we'll have a stone or two out here on this thing. Same way we did them before. There's some. Put another one right in there, and there, and there, and there, and however many stones you want in your row. A little bit of the blue and white. And once again, just clean up the base of the stones. Just something like that. Okay, we need speaking of stones, let's put a big stone here. Maybe. There he comes. Let's put some dark color in there. I'm going to have a huge stone over here. Maybe it comes all the way down in there. I don't care. Wherever you want it. Just a big old stone. Back to our brush with a little color on it. Fan brush, got a little of that blue and white. And once again, just sort of form the top of your stone by tapping. Just tapping. There. Sure hope you like seeing that little squirrel. Isn't he something, the way he lays up there in your hand and sleeps? He's just so special to me. And if you haven't been with us before in this series, his name is Peapod, the pocket squirrel. That's what we call him. Oh, Peapod. Now, clean, dry 2-inch brush once again. Barely caress the canvas. Just barely caress it. There we go. All right. I tell you what. We got a minute left here. Let's get crazy. What the heck? Take some black, Prussian blue, crimson, sap green. We'll just mix all those together. And take a 2-inch brush. This is your bravery test. Take the old 2-inch brush, load it full of color. Bring it to a chisel edge, very sharp. Very sharp. Let's go up in here. And maybe right in here lives just a great big old tree. Stands here and watches what's going on. There. All we're doing is putting in some dark. We'll come back and highlight it. Lives right there behind that rock. Okay, here comes another one. We'll give him a friend. But now I want to leave some of these little areas up in here where light's shining between them. Okay, let's have one on the other side. I don't want it left out. Maybe over here. Whew. Well, that one's going to really be a big one. There we go. And it really doesn't much matter because the highlights are where you bring this out. Right now, all we're doing is just putting in some base color. It's really the highlights that make this tree show up. Maybe we'll have it sitting on a little peninsula right there. So we'll put some dark in, like that. Shoot, we about got it there. Okay, got another 2-inch brush going here, and it's got a little green on it, yellow and green. So let's go up in here. Let's just begin putting the indication of all kinds of little happy things out here on these. There they come. See them? Just layer after layer. See, now you know why it didn't matter what the dark looked like. This is where you create the illusion of a big tree. Right in here. There he is. Here comes his friend. Darker, darker, darker down here. And on the other side, We need to give him some nice leaves. There we go. Just a few. All right. See there? Put wherever you want them. Darker, darker, darker down here. Okay. Take that same brush, maybe down in here. We'll just put in a bush or two. There. Just push upward. Create the illusion of some little bushes down here at his foots. Little touch of color into there so we have a reflection. And we about have a finished painting. Go across. There. So it looks like it's reflecting in the water. I think with that we'll call this one finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today, for this is the last show of the 22nd Joy of Painting series. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got planned for today. Today, as you can plainly see, I have a canvas here that's painted with a black gesso. I've allowed it to dry completely, and then on top of that, I've put a thin, even coat of liquid clear. And we put the clear on there only because it makes putting transparent color on top of this much, much easier. You really don't have to have it, but it makes your life so much easier. Then on top of the clear, I've put a mixture of sap green, phthalo blue, and a little Van Dyke brown to dull it down. And I thought today we'd just do a happy little scene, maybe that's deep in the woods. I've had a lot of requests for paintings that have big trees in them, so let me just show you an easy way to do just that. Let's take an old 2-inch brush today. Take the corner of it, just the corner, and go into a little bit of titanium white. And let's go up in here. Now once again, this has green and blue and a little brown on it. So color will just jump out at you. All you have to do is just take and put a little bit of white on there and watch what happens. It's beautiful. Beautiful. And this is a fantastic painting to do as a demonstration for friends or relatives or just people who are going to watch you paint. And don't let them see you put the color on. And they think you start with a black canvas, and then you touch it with a little bit of white, and they'll absolutely think that magic is happening. And you don't have to tell them any different. Let them try to figure out how to do it. But these are truly a joy to do. And the black canvases might very well be my favorites. There. But just spin it and work it. Keep it going, move it. Just have fun with it. Just have fun with it. Let it go. There. Okay, I'm just keep adding a little touch of white here and there. And if we're going to have deep woods, this is a nice way of making a background. Maybe we'll put some big trees in here. This is a nice way of making a background that you can see between the trees. It looks like a lot of things that are happening, and you didn't have to hardly work at all to do it. And this is truly the lazy man's way of painting. That's why I'm here. There. All right. Now then, a little bit more on this corner, and let's put a little over in here too. Be sure to leave some nice dark areas in here. Don't just cover it all up. Don't cover it all up. And the other thing is you can do this with any transparent color or semi-transparent color. It doesn't have to be totally transparent, but semi-transparent. And the way to tell if a paint is transparent, what I do is just take a little, put on my finger and touch the black. If it's transparent enough for this, it'll still look black. The canvas will still look black. You will know immediately whether it's transparent enough to do this. Some colors, like the cadmium yellow, the white, are very opaque. Other colors are semi-transparent, and some are very transparent. So test a little. You'll find exactly what you're looking for that way. All right. And we just sort of wind it up and play with it here and there. And when you're doing this, maybe it's a good thing to step back and take a look-see and see what it looks like. And if it needs to be blended more, just blend it a little more. Sometimes you need to go back and add some little light spots, or you could even go back with the original color, the green and the blue, and put dark back in here if you wanted to. If you overdo this light. There. Just sort of wind it up like in. Okay, down here at the bottom, I want it to be much darker, so I'm not putting much color here. I want it to really look like it's far away. Something like that. All right, and very lightly just brush across it. And that'll take out the brush strokes and let you sort of look at what you have. And if you have one that you don't like or it's too bright, you can change it. Or you can move it. Anything that you want to do. Anything that you want to do on here. All right. Now then, maybe let's find an old fan brush today. Let's go right into a little touch of the midnight black. Just load the brush full of color, and let's begin making a few trees in the background back here. In my mind, I see a tree. It is right there. Just pull straight down, applying more pressure as you work down the tree, and that'll give you a nice trunk. That easy. That easy. It's the easiest kind of tree to make there is. Let's take a little white, be right back, get a little touch of the bright red. Just a little. It's very, very strong. Eat up your whole world. Okay, now I'm going to get a little bit more paint, put right here, and in that one we'll put some of the phthalo blue. Maybe even add a little black to that to dull it. That's better. Don't want it too bright. Use black to dull. There, all right. Now then, let me clean the old knife. In my world, today I think the light is coming from the right. If you're right-handed, as I've mentioned before, you will probably find that it's easier to have the light coming from the right side. So let's just start off here with a knife and just put the indication of a little highlight right on the edge here. There. Now then, a little bit of the bluish color I'll put on the back. Not a great deal. This is just to indicate a little reflected light. Okay. Now we can take a little bit of the pure black and just touch. All we're doing is just taking the knife and touching. Just touching. The canvas will pull off what it wants. And this way you can blend all those colors together, and it will actually give this tree texture. When this painting is dry, you can actually feel bark on it. Of course, you can feel it while it's wet too, but it's going to get all over your finger. So, suggest you wait till it's dry. Let's take, get some paint thinner. We'll go right into a little bit of the black. A little black, pick up a little of that dark sienna there. And once in a while, even some of the Van Dyke brown, just to give it a little brownish flavor. Load that brush full of color. Okay? Now then, we can put just the indication here and there, a few little limbs, just a few. Maybe these are evergreen trees out here, or whatever kind of trees you want. Shoot, giant redwoods maybe. I don't know. Just trees, just friendly trees. There, a few little arms sticking out on him. Now then, we can take us here's one. We'll take us an old 2-inch brush. We'll put a little black on it. A little sap green, go right. Of course, the black and yellow will make green. The black is, once again, just used to dull. Just push. Tap a little color right on there. And maybe on this little tree up here, there's a few little limbs, leaves that are hanging out here. Just use the corner of the brush and sort of tap some of these little rascals in. There. Just think about where little arms would stick out and little leaves would grow. It's the easiest way I've ever found of making very effective and gorgeous trees. There we are. It's one of the things when we're doing demonstrations for charity groups and PBS stations and stuff around the country, when people see the paintings that we do up close, one of the things that I always hear I never realized there'd be that much detail in it when I saw it up close. So this really does work quite well. There really is an exceptional amount of detail in it, believe it or not. Tell you what. Shoot, I just had another idea. Maybe I'll show you a couple of tricks. Maybe let's take, I get excited sometimes. I begin seeing things in here. I want to put, watch here. Put a nice little bush right back here. And I want this bush to be in front of this tree. Show you how to push that little rascal right back in the woods. This bush, or collection of bushes, lives right there. I can't. Maybe there's another old bush that lives right here. Just sort of let your imagination go. Wherever. He might even have a friend here. There. And maybe back here. Let's get crazy. Maybe, watch. See here? Begin putting in all kinds of little areas. There, just sort of blend them together. And all I'm doing is just tapping down here and there, adding a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow, a little bright red once in a while. There. But not much of the bright red. I think I'll keep this mostly in the greens. Use the red to dull the green. Just to dull the green. There we go. Okay, we got a whole bunch of bushes. And maybe coming right down here. There's a couple more. But see, already that tree is being pushed back. I want to push it back into the forest. You didn't know you could move trees, did you? Or maybe you did. There we go. There. Okay. Now, let's put some trees in the foreground and really push everything back. I'm going right back into the black here. Maybe. Be brave. Right there beside. But the bottom of this one, I'm going to bring further down. So everything's behind it. Everything is behind it. This is a stronger tree. Bigger. And it may just be that it's closer to you. And that's the kind of impression that we're trying to make here. That it's just closer to you. Maybe he's got a friend. Whew. Well, we said we was going to paint some big trees. I think these are big trees. Big, strong trees. Maybe we have a forest. And when you're doing yours, you decide how many paintings or how many trees you want in your painting. How many paintings you want in your tree. There we go. Either way, it works for you. We can start a whole new kind of painting here. All right. And if you're really brave, you can put big trees in here. I mean, big, very strong tree. As wide as this. This is a number 6 fan brush, and as wide as that brush is, I'm going to make this one. Big old trees. Okay, put a little grass around the bottom of that one. Now then, let's go back to our color that we had here. This is a little bit of bright red and white. And just let it float right down the tree. This is just like you laying snow on the mountain. Just let it break, grab. The canvas will literally pull off what it wants and give you back what's left. Just like a tax man when he does your taxes. There. But they're very nice looking, as I mentioned earlier. This will look like real bark when it's done. It'll feel like real bark. There. And you can make it as thick as you want. That's one thing that's so fantastic about oil paints. You can give texture to your painting. Of course, I guess you could do that with other paints. Just find it much easier with oils to do. There. A little hard to get watercolor to build up 1/4 of an inch. There. Mix up a little more color. And We'll give this old big tree here something like that. There. But isn't that a fun way to paint big, strong trees? And you can do this, even if you've never painted before. This is one of the easiest, most effective ways of making large trees. It's a pleasure to make them this way, and they work. And people will never believe you've done this. Never believe it. They'll be looking for the numbers because they'll know this is a paint by number thing. There. Okay, now I'll take a little bit of that blue that we were using for reflected light, and I'm just going to let a little of that play down the back side. Just a little. Right down through there. There we go. A little bit here. Like so. And down. Ooh, should have done so many trees. This is too repetitious. There. Of course, when you do yours, you decide how many trees you want to have in your world. Maybe you want fewer, more, somewhere in between. Doesn't matter. As long as it makes you happy when you do it. If painting does nothing else, it should make you happy. Go right back into some black. There, let me clean off the spot to work. Back into the midnight black. And then once again, all I'm going to do, I'm just touching the canvas. That's all we're doing. Just touch. Get that little roll of paint and touch. It's so simple. I think just about anybody could do this with never practicing even this particular part of it. Some things need a little more practice than others. But this one is very easy and very effective. That's the nice thing about it. A lot of things are easy, but they don't look good when you're done. This looks good. This looks good. All right. There we go. So I say this is the last show of the 22nd Joy of Painting series. It's almost unbelievable to me that we've done this many shows. With 22 series, that means there's almost 300 half-hour shows. Whew. That's unreal. That's a record that's absolutely unsurpassed in television history, and I'm very proud of that. And don't ever think that you do that many shows alone. There's been a lot of fantastic people that have worked with us to make it happen. People like my wife, Jane, Walt and Annette Kowalski, and the people here at the television station. It takes an effort on all of their parts to bring this to you. But most important is the fact that you watch the shows and you like them. That's what keeps us here. So if you hadn't seen all the shows, as I say, there's nearly 300 of them, and you want to, give your station a call. They're available to them. They're available. And if there's other things that you want to see in future series that we're not doing yet, drop me a line. Let me know what you want to see. And if I can't do it, I'll try to find somebody that can to bring them on as a guest artist. There. But we can get it. We can get it. Let's take a little bit of black on the liner brush, and let's just go in here and put the indication back in here and there and here of some nice little limbs and branches that live back on these trees. There we go. And right in there. And in here. Now if you have trouble making this paint flow, add a little bit more paint thinner. I'm going to put a lot of leaves, I think, up there, so I'm not going to put every little stick and twig. Sometimes it's fun to not put many leaves and put a lot of little twigs. It makes an interesting painting. But it would be too boring for you to watch somebody sit here for 30 minutes just putting leaves and limbs on these trees. So we'll just put a few in, show you how to do it. And then when you do yours, you put as many in as you want. Good. Maybe here's an old one that hangs down and comes across. Don't have all of them just going right out from the side. Look like your tree has somehow been just cut off. Half of it's gone. We need branches that go in every direction. Some go behind the tree, some come in front. Some are broken, some are long, some are short. They're like people. Everyone's different. And that's what makes everyone wonderful, is the fact that we're different. The fact that we're different. There. Okay. A couple more in here and there. Something like that. A little more of the paint thinner. A little more color. And maybe we want this old big one left out. Maybe he's got a big old arm that comes out here. Like that. Like that. Let your hand wiggle and jiggle when you're doing this. Don't just make them all straight. Nothing's more boring than just perfectly straight tree limbs. Give them some character. There. There's another big old rascal. If these are a type of evergreen, evergreens seem to always have a lot of little broken limbs on them. That's where you always find little squirrels and stuff sitting. Speaking of squirrels, I really hope you've enjoyed, as many times as I've showed you Peapod, my little squirrel in this series, I really hope you've enjoyed seeing him. It's my way of sharing nature with you and trying to make people aware that these little creatures are so fantastic, and they need our help and support if they're to survive. And you can really enjoy some of God's creations by just looking out your window, because it's unreal what's been done. And we have a tendency in our busy life to forget about these little creatures and to look over them. And my young friends tell me that they really like these little creatures. But I really hope that you enjoy them, because they're, as I say, they're very special to me. Very special to me. But anyway, you know, painters are sort of weird. They like things like that. All right. You don't have to be a painter to like little creatures. Let's put a little grass down here in the bottom of this. Maybe we'll take that right on through there. Wherever. A little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, cad yellow, sap green. Just mix them on the brush. Let all these little colors and things just happen. There we go. Wherever. Okay, put the least little touch of paint thinner on my brush. I just dip the brush into a small amount of paint thinner. Just to thin the paint a little bit more so it really slips off there easy. Now sometimes it's fun and makes your painting look a little better. Put some roots out here on the tree. Just take a fan brush and a little black paint, brown, whatever. And you put the indication here and there, just a big old root that grows right out. But don't put one on every single tree, because you're not going to see every tree. Some of them are going to be covered up by grass or the things, little weeds that grow around here. Don't put one on every one, just here and there. There. Something about like that. Okay, and we can go up in here. We'll just use that same old brush. Take a little and begin thinking about where all these little pieces of foliage would live up in here. Things like this. But begin thinking about shape and form. There. Okay. If you have trouble making the paint stick, add a little touch of the paint thinner to your brush. Just a little. There. See, here goes one right across the tree. There. Now this is really where the paint that you're putting on top of all this on the tree has to be thinner. If it's not, it's just going to all mix together. And we don't want to do that. We want it to stand out there and look good. There. Wherever. And you put as many as you want in yours. I'm just going to put a few here and there and let it go at that. There we go. Come on back down here to the bottom. Drive director crazy here running back and forth on this. All right. Little grassy areas. Nice little place. This would be just a fantastic place to come and walk. Take your shoes off and let your feet run naked through here. It feels good on the bottom of your foots when you run across all these little grassy areas. All right. But look at the amount of distance that's already in there. See, we got a big blank spot there. Let's do something. We got a minute left here. You know me. Yep, here we go. Another huge tree. Another huge old tree. We'll put him right in there. Right there. Maybe he comes right down to about like that. Give him a big old root hanging out there like that. Shoop. There he is. Come back in with a little bit of a bright red, white, same thing. Choom. Just let that drop right down like there. Something like that. Okay. A little bit of a bluish color. Excuse my arm there. Just drop that right on down. There. A little bit of our black. And once again, all we're going to do here is just sort of touch. Like that. All right. Let's drop a few little branches on that. Don't want him left out. He needs some arms on him too. There. See, if we'd have known he was going to be there, we could have just put him in when we were doing the other ones. I just decided there should be something over here in this spot too. There we go. Something like that. And we take our brush. Once again, let's just tap a few leaves in here. So big tree, it may not have many leaves down here. They're way up high somewhere where the little squirrel lives. All right. Okay. Now this would be, as I say, a beautiful place to take a walk in the woods. So let's have a little path. We'll take a little dark cyan, a little bit of white, go right up in here, and just take a knife and just rub. It'll pick up the color underneath, and it'll sort of all blend together and put you in a happy little path. Just rub very strongly. Very strongly. There we go. And that'll give us the indication of a little path that goes way back there in the distance. And with that, I think we're going to call this old painting finished. Once again, I really hope you've enjoyed this series. The next one's already under production, and I look forward to seeing you then. On behalf of the entire staff, happy painting. God bless, my friend.
This program is brought to you by Northlight Books, publisher of over 200 how-to books and videos for fine artists and graphic designers, and by Langnickel, manufacturers of selected artist brushes.